5 to 44, plus 35 S-Series, specialized modules and cutting-edge interventions. Second edition, The System Architect, copyright 2026, The Recovery Kernel, all rights reserved, deploy patches as needed, your system, your recovery. Copyright and disclaimer. Copyright 2026, The Recovery Kernel, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. Critical notice. Medical disclaimer. This book is for informational and educational purposes only. The content contained herein is not medical advice and is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any condition or disease. Always consult a qualified healthcare provider before beginning any new treatment, supplement regimen, or making changes to your existing care. Never disregard professional medical advice or delay seeking it because of something you have read in this book. The protocols described in this volume are presented as informational frameworks and systems thinking tools. Individual results will vary based on genetics, health status, medications, and many other factors. If you are in crisis, please contact emergency services or a crisis hotline immediately. National Crisis Hotline 988, call or text. Emergency 911, published in the United States of America. Formatted for Amazon KDP, 6 inches by 9 inches print edition. ISBN, to be assigned by KDP. First printing 2026. How to use this volume. Architect's Log. This is Volume 3, Advanced Architecture and Edge Cases of the Recovery Kernel. Volume 3 covers advanced protocols for specialized situations, edge cases, and cutting-edge interventions. These modules address BIOS-level integrity checks, festival/event management, identity rootkits, friction protocols, uncommon addictions, substance masking, justice system navigation, experimental treatments, and the latest metabolic breakthroughs. The recovery kernel treats addiction recovery as a systems engineering problem. Addiction equals malware. Recovery equals system rebuild. You are the architect. These are your tools. Recovery phase coverage. Deployment window. Phase 4 to 5, Advanced Recovery and Reconstruction. Month 3 through Year 1 plus. Deploy as needed. These are specialized patches. Suggested reading order. Architect's recommended sequence. 35 to 36 to 37 to 35 S-Series as relevant, to 38 to 39/32 asterisk, to 40 to 41 to 42, to 43 to 44. Protocols 32 and 39 address justice system navigation. Deploy immediately if relevant. The color-coded information system. Architect's Log. Blue boxes contain explanatory content, context, and system architecture notes. System, okay. Green boxes contain protocols, solutions, and actionable implementation steps. Critical system error. Red boxes contain warnings, contraindications, and critical safety information. Caution. Orange boxes contain important caveats and moderate warnings. The complete recovery kernel system. This volume is part of a 4-volume system. Volume 1, Boot Sequence, Protocols 01 to 15. Volume 2, System Rebuild, Protocols 16 to 34. Volume 3, Advanced Architecture and Edge Cases, Protocols 35 to 44 plus 35S series. Volume 4, Centurion Papers, Deep Dive Addendums, C04 through C25. Search the Recovery Kernel on Amazon to find all volumes. Volume 3, Advanced Architecture and Edge Cases, Protocol Index. This volume contains 14 protocols. Hash. Protocol title, subject/core function, 35. BIOS integrity check. Foundational system audit, hardware versus software diagnosis, root cause mapping. 35S. Festivation stabilization, sound festival recovery management, harm reduction at events, rave protocols. 35SB. Identity rootkit, addiction-forged identity dismantling, self-concept surgery. Who are you now? 35SC. Friction protocol, installing behavioral friction, making use harder, environmental engineering. 35SD. Edge cases, uncommon addictions, BFRBs, ICDs, kleptomania, trichotillomania, the outliers. 36. Trip insurance and assurance, psychedelic safety protocols, integration support, bad trip navigation. 37. Substance masking analysis, identifying what substances were masking, hardware audit, unmasked needs. 38. Self-shrapnel/burden-scaping, self-sabotage patterns, over-spec hardware, intensity redirection. 39. The SIM Navigator, sequential intercept model, justice system navigation, diversion opportunities. 40. The contamination protocol, parental reconnection, toxic rootkit elimination, microdosing presence. 41. The airlock procedure, post-incarceration decompression, re-entry protocols, 72-hour safe mode. 42. The experimental branch, FMT, TMS, psychedelics, peptides, NAD+, cutting-edge interventions. 43. Digital kernel extensions, FDA-approved PDTs, Reset/Reset-O, AI craving prediction, recovery apps. 44. Metabolic override protocols, GLP-1 agonists, Ozempic/Mounjaro, reward pathway dampening, 2026 breakthrough, BIOS integrity check. Protocol 35. BIOS integrity check, bacterial sovereignty and network compatibility, why your firmware dictates your destiny. Architect's log. You've been lied to. You were told you were one organism, a standalone terminal, an isolated machine, that your willpower was the central processor, that your choices were your commands. This is false. You are not a terminal. You are a network, a superorganism, a holobiont. 10% of your cells are human. 90% are bacterial. You are not the owner of your body. You are the administrator of a microbial consortium. And here's the truth no one tells you. You cannot run the sobriety software on firmware formatted for addiction. If your gut drive is corrupted, the system will crash, regardless of your willpower, regardless of your intentions, regardless of how much you want to heal. The firmware dictates the behavior, not the other way around. This protocol is a BIOS integrity check. We will audit your bacterial firmware, identify the corrupted modules, and teach you to regain administrator control of your own biology. You are not defective. Your firmware is. Let's begin the audit. Section 35.1. The superorganism architecture. Understanding that you are a network, not a terminal. System Green, the holobiont thesis. The architectural revelation. You are not a singular entity. You are a federation. System composition, the hardware, 37 trillion human cells. This represents approximately 10% of your total cellular mass. This is the chassis, the physical structure. The firmware, 100 plus trillion bacterial cells, 90% of your cellular ecosystem, 1,000 plus different species, 3 million bacterial genes versus 20,000 human genes. The critical implication: your genetic code is not primarily human, it is primarily bacterial. The bacteria are not passengers, they are co-pilots. They produce 90% of your serotonin, mood, 50% of your dopamine, motivation, reward, GABA, anxiety, calm, short-chain fatty acids, energy, inflammation. System conclusion: if you want to change your behavior, you must first change your firmware. Willpower without firmware update is like trying to install Windows 11 on a 1995 BIOS. The system will refuse the installation. Critical system failure, the corrupted firmware. The fundamental problem: addiction doesn't just corrupt your brain, it reformats your gut. Corruption, mechanism, alcohol, opioids, stimulants, destroy beneficial bacteria, Lactobacillus bifidobacterium, favor pathogenic bacteria, Enterobacteriaceae, Candida, increase intestinal permeability, leaky gut, allow bacterial toxins to enter the bloodstream, trigger chronic systemic inflammation. The vicious cycle: substance to microbiome destruction to inflammation. Arrow, anxiety/depression. Arrow, craving for substance. Arrow, repeat. What this means: your craving to drink/use is not you. It's your corrupted firmware sending requests. Pathogenic bacteria want their substrate. Candida wants sugar. Certain strains want alcohol. They send chemical signals to your brain. You interpret these signals as cravings. But they are not your cravings. They are theirs. You are a system administrator whose network has been compromised by malicious actors, and these actors are sending commands that look like your own thoughts. Firmware state, bacterial signature, system behavior, neurochemical output, healthy firmware, high diversity, lactobacillus dominant, stable, resilient, flexible, optimal serotonin/GABA, compromised firmware, reduced diversity, emerging pathogens, anxious, reactive, moderate cravings, rising inflammation, corrupted firmware, pathogenic monoculture, candida/entero, unstable, intense cravings, crashes, high cortisol, low serotonin, hostile firmware, complete bacterial takeover, system serving the pathogens, addiction, firmware in control. Section 35.2. The contagion vector. Quorum, sensing, peer-to-peer protocol negotiation, critical system failure, the data breach. The concept, quorum sensing. Bacteria are not isolated entities. They communicate with each other via chemical signals called autoinducers. This is quorum sensing, a peer-to-peer, P2P negotiation protocol. When enough bacteria of the same type are present, they vote to change collective behavior. They synchronize their actions. They become a coordinated swarm. The threat: exposure to active addicts or contaminated environments. Transfers rogue code, pathogenic bacteria. This is not a metaphor. This is biology. Transmission vectors: physical contact, skin fluids. Shared air, aerosols. Common surfaces, handles, toilets. Shared food, prolonged proximity. The exploit: These malicious data packets, foreign bacteria, overwrite your native instructions. This is not a moral failure. This is a data breach. Riot signals. Pathogenic bacteria send quorum signals that trigger anxiety and cravings in the host. They create a chemical environment that favors their survival, not yours. System green. Implications for recovery. What this means practically. 1. Associating with active addicts is a biological risk, not just a psychological trigger. Real exposure to addiction-compatible pathogens. Their microbiome talks to yours. Transfer of malicious protocols. 2. Environments matter biologically. Bars, crack houses, squats are infected servers loaded with specific bacterial signatures that reinforce addiction patterns. 3. Initial isolation has biological logic. Withdrawing from contaminated networks is not weakness or avoidance. It's a system quarantine. Time to rebuild healthy firmware. 4. Relapse by association is real. Seeing old, using contacts, even without consuming, can reset your microbiome via bacterial protocol transfer. Protection protocol. Minimize exposure to compromised networks until your own firmware is stable. This is not moral judgment. This is network management. Section 35.3, the hardware mismatch. Metabolic throttling, when software exceeds hardware. Critical system failure, the CYP450 throughput controller. The technical concept, CYP450 is your throughput controller. A family of liver enzymes that metabolize medications, toxins, hormones, foreign substances, genetic variants, fast metabolizer, overclocked system. Processes substances very quickly, needs higher doses for effect, eliminates rapidly. Slow metabolizer, legacy system, processes substances slowly, accumulation in the system. Prolonged effects, potential toxicity, the glitch. Your microbiome affects CYP450 activity. Certain bacteria accelerate metabolism. Others slow it down. Incompatibility. Problem. Importing bacteria from a fast metabolizer to a slow metabolizer causes a critical mismatch. Poorly matched fecal transplant. Probiotics unsuited to genotype. Diet copied from another person. Result: system bloat, unexplained obesity. Toxicity, buildup. Panic loops, software running too fast for hardware. Chronic anxiety, insomnia, instability. System green, matching firmware to hardware. The alignment protocol. Step 1. Know your hardware. Pharmacogenomic testing, gene site, etc. Identify your CYP450 profile. Understand your native processing speed. Step 2. Audit your current firmware. Microbiome testing, GI map, Viome, etc. Identify present strains. Detect imbalances. Step 3. Don't copy blindly. Your friend's diet may be toxic for you. Universal probiotics don't exist. What heals one system can crash another. Step 4. Personalized reconstruction. Probiotic strains suited to your genotype. Prebiotics that feed your native bacteria. Fermented foods from your ancestral tradition. Fundamental principle. Your ancestors' microbiome was adapted to their environment. Your hardware, genetics, expects certain firmware. Loading foreign firmware causes compatibility errors. You can't install Mac OS on PC hardware and expect it to work perfectly. Same logic for the microbiome. Section 35.4. The vendor lock-in. Psychiatry as subscription service architecture. Critical system failure. Vendor lock-in. The architectural critique. The medical model is a subscription service architecture. How it works. 1. You present a symptom, bug, anxiety, depression, insomnia, cravings. 2. The vendor, MSP equals managed service provider, diagnoses. Not the root cause, only the visible symptom. 3. A proprietary patch is installed. Antipsychotics, antidepressants, SSR is. Benzodiazepines, substitution medications. 4. The patch deletes native firmware. SSR is alternative serotonin production. Benzodiazepines downregulate GABA receptors. The system becomes dependent on external patch. 5. Vendor, lock-in established. Removing the patch equals system crash, withdrawal. You're now subscribed for life. The vendor controls your access keys. The trap, the doctor, managed service provider, replaces the dealer, unregulated vendor. The system remains dependent on external keys. Only the provider has changed. The dependency persists. The architecture is identical. System green, breaking the dependency axis. The objective, break the dependency axis. Don't migrate it from one provider to another. Sovereignty strategy. 1. Understand that symptoms have root causes. Anxiety may be a dysfunctional microbiome. Depression may be chronic inflammation. Insomnia may be circadian dysregulation. Cravings may be bacterial quorum sensing. 2. Address the cause, not the symptom. Restore the microbiome. See Section 35.6. Reduce systemic inflammation. Recalibrate circadian rhythms. Eliminate pathogens sending craving signals. 3. If medications needed, have an exit plan. Medications can be temporary scaffolding, but not permanent architecture. Work with prescriber toward deprescribing. See Protocol 13, Pharma Trap Deprescribing. 4. Take back the access keys. Your biochemistry belongs to you. You can learn to modulate it via nutrition, movement, environment, microbiome, without dependency on external provider. The final goal, be the administrator of your own system, not a user with limited privileges on a system controlled by a third party. Section 35.5, the legacy network, family bio-rejection, why your family excludes you biologically. Critical system failure, the biological firewall. The difficult revelation. Your family doesn't just reject you behaviorally, they reject you biologically. Biofirewall mechanism. Humans unconsciously detect bacterial signatures via body odor, bacterial metabolites. Pheromones, modulated by microbiome. Energy, actually subtle chemical signals. When your family says something's wrong with you, they're not just talking about behavior. They detect that your biosignature has changed. The lockout. When family says no drugs in our house, they're running a biological firewall. They're protecting the homeostasis of their own network. This is not only moral judgment, it's a collective immune response. They perceive your biome as toxic data, as potential malware for their system. Integration, failure, To rejoin the family network, you must match protocols. If your biosignature remains incompatible, you stay in quarantine, regardless of your words, regardless of your promises. Their system detects you as a threat and keeps the firewall active. System green, family, bacterial inheritance. Why addiction runs in families. It's not just genetics, it's the shared server environment. Inheritance vectors. 1. Same dust. Families share a physical environment. Same air, same surfaces, same ambient microbes. The house biome is shared. 2. Same food. Family dietary traditions. Format the microbiome similarly. High sugar/alcohol diets equals similar microbiomes. 3. Physical contact. Hugs, kisses, shared utensils. Continuous bacterial transfer. Synchronization of family microbiomes. 4. Perspective retention, cached logic. Family beliefs about alcohol/drugs are encoded in shared behaviors, which shape the environment that shapes the microbiome. We drink at parties equals environment selecting certain bacteria. Implication: family addiction is not genetic fate. It's a firmware inheritance, a microbiome passed from generation to generation via shared environment, not just genes. Which means you can break the cycle by changing your firmware, even if your genes stay the same. Section 35.6, The Fix. Execution code, regaining administrator control. System green, clean room protocol, deep sanitization. Step 1, clean the physical environment. Your environment is a server loaded with bacteria. If the server is contaminated, you'll be reinfected. Clean room protocol. Deep clean the living space. Eliminate objects associated with use. Wash all bedding, clothes. Purify the air, HEPA filters, plants. Sun exposure, natural UV equals antimicrobial. If possible, change environment. New apartment, new city. The old environment is formatted for addiction. Every surface carries the signature of the old you. This is not superstition. Bacteria persist in the environment. They're waiting to recolonize their host. An environmental fresh start is a firmware reset. System green, system re-imaging, reseeding. Step 2. Reinstall native drivers. After cleaning the system, you must repopulate it with beneficial code. Reimaging protocol. Targeted probiotics. Lactobacillus rhamnosus. Anxiety, GABA. Bifidobacterium longum, stress, cortisol. Lactobacillus helveticus, mood. Saccharomyces boulardii, anti-candida. Prebiotics, food for good bacteria. Soluble fiber, oats, legumes. Inulin, chicory, artichoke. Resistant starch, green bananas, cooled rice. Polyphenols, berries, cacao, green tea. Fermented foods, sauerkraut, unpasteurized. Kimchi, kefir. Kombucha, watch residual sugar. Miso tempeh, pathogen elimination. Drastically reduce sugar, starves candida. Eliminate alcohol, favors pathogens. Limit ultra-processed foods. Consider antifungal protocol if severe candida. Duration. The microbiome can change significantly in 2 to 4 weeks, but complete stabilization takes 3 to 6 months. This is a marathon, not a sprint. System green, network sovereignty, node stabilization. Step 3. Stabilize your node before reconnection. You cannot join a healthy network if your own node is unstable. Sovereignty. Principle. Before attempting to reintegrate the legacy network, family, your microbiome must be stabilized. Your biosignature must be cleaned. Your system must be autonomous. Why? If you reintegrate too early, your incompatible biosignature will trigger their firewalls. You'll be rejected again. This will reinforce the shame loop. Correct sequence. 1. Strategic isolation, not punitive. 2. Environmental cleaning. 3. Microbiome reseeding. 4. Stabilization, 3 to 6 months minimum. 5. Gradual reintroduction to family network. 6. Observe firewall responses. 7. Adjust and retry. Sign of success. When your family says you look different, something's changed. You smell different, literally. That's their system detecting that your biosignature has become compatible. The firewall is starting to open. Section 35.7, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol. 35, Key Takeaways. 1. You are a network, not a terminal. 10% human cells, 90% bacterial. You are a holobiont, a superorganism. Your willpower is just one process among many. 2. Firmware dictates behavior. Impossible to run sobriety on corrupted firmware. Cravings may be bacterial signals, not moral failures. 3. Contagion is real. Quorum sensing equals bacterial P2P protocol. Exposure to active addicts transfers code. Relapse by association has biological basis. 4. Hardware/firmware compatibility. CYP450 equals throughput controller. Don't blindly copy someone else's diet. Your genotype determines which firmware suits you. 5. The vendor trap. The medical model is a subscription service. Medications create vendor lock-in. Goal: break dependency, not migrate it. 6. The family bio-firewall. Families reject you biologically, not just morally. Your biosignature is detected as incompatible. Family addiction is firmware inheritance. 7. The fix. Clean room. Sanitize the environment. Reimaging. Reseed with good bacteria. Sovereignty. Stabilize your node before reconnection. 8. You are the administrator, not a user with limited privileges. You can regain control of your biology. The firmware can be changed. The cycle can be broken. Architect's log. Final system. Note: you were told you were sick, that your disease was chronic, progressive, incurable, that you needed treatment for life, a provider to manage your condition. This is the architecture of dependency, not of you, of the system that profits from you. Here is the truth. You are not sick. Your firmware is corrupted. You are not defective. Your ecosystem is unbalanced. You don't need an external manager. You need to regain your administrator rights. Your body is not a prison. It's a network of which you are the rightful owner. The bacteria in your gut are not enemies. They are employees, subcontractors. You can replace them. You can restructure the team. You can change the company culture. The code that made you crash can be rewritten. The firmware that betrayed you can be replaced. The network that excluded you can re-accept you when your signature changes. You are the administrator of your own biology, not an end user with limited access, not a patient waiting for prescriptions, not a subscriber to a dependency service. The administrator. Take back the keys, clean the server, reinstall the drivers, stabilize the node, and when the system is stable, when the firmware is clean, when the BIOS signature is compatible, you can finally reconnect. To the network, to family, to yourself. Not as a corrupted terminal that's tolerated, but as a healthy node that contributes. This is possible. This is biological. This is within your reach. BIOS integrity check complete. Corruption detected. Correction protocols loaded. Ready for reinitialization. The system architect. End of protocol. 35. BIOS integrity. Check. Architect's log. Foundational system audit. Hardware versus software diagnosis. Root cause mapping. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Festivation stabilization. Protocol 36. The audio-visual bioshield. Festival system integrity. Architect's log. Entry 36S.001. The festival environment presents a paradox to the system architect. We deploy to these sites deliberately, to reboot the joy centers, to defragment accumulated stress, to run the social bonding subroutines that keep the human operating system from hardening into isolation. This is not malfunction, this is maintenance. But make no mistake, the festival is a hostile operating system for an unprotected chassis. Sustained thermal loads exceeding safe operational thresholds, sound pressure levels that permanently degrade acoustic sensors, hydraulic systems pushed to failure through improper fluid management. I have watched too many units return from these deployments with corrupted firmware, damaged hardware, or worse, systems that never came back online at all. This protocol is not about fear, it is about engineering. We armor the chassis, we filter the inputs, we regulate the cooling systems, and we return home with the joy, but without the damage. The following specifications are non-negotiable for any unit entering high-intensity festival environments. JR Token, System Architect. Module 1, Input Filtering, Audio Defense. The glitch. Your acoustic sensors, the cochlear hardware responsible for translating sound waves into signal, are running irreplaceable legacy components. There is no replacement part. There is no patch. Once the hair cells in the inner ear sustain damage, the degradation is permanent. Sustained exposure to sound pressure levels exceeding 100 decibels initiates cumulative sensor failure. A typical festival main stage operates between 100 to 115 decibels. The damage threshold begins at 85 decibels with prolonged exposure. You are operating well above red line. The insidious nature of this glitch, it is silent. You will not feel the damage occurring. You will only notice the missing frequencies months or years later. The high-end shimmer gone from music, the consonants dropping out of conversation, the persistent ringing, tinnitus, that becomes a permanent background process you cannot terminate. The fix, acoustic filtration, not mute buttons. The objective is to reduce input gain without distorting the signal frequency. Standard foam earplugs function as crude mute buttons. They attenuate volume unevenly, cutting high frequencies disproportionately and leaving you with a muffled, muddy signal. The music becomes unrecognizable. Users remove them. Damage resumes. High-fidelity acoustic filters are engineered differently. These devices use tuned diaphragms and resonators to reduce decibel levels evenly across the frequency spectrum, typically 15 to 25 decibels of reduction, while preserving the full fidelity of the audio signal. The music sounds correct, only quieter. The kick drum still punches. The synths still sparkle. Your sensors remain intact. Recommended specifications: attenuation rating 15 to 20 decibels for general attendance, 20 to 25 decibels for front-of-stage deployment. Frequency response: flat attenuation curve. Look for musician's earplugs or high-fidelity designation. Fit: custom-molded provides optimal seal. Universal fit silicone flanges are acceptable. Bone conduction. Warning: if you are riding the rail positioned directly against the subwoofer array, understand that standard acoustic filtration has limits. At extremely high sound pressure levels, bass frequencies bypass the ear canal entirely and vibrate the skull directly. This bone conduction transmits energy to the cochlea through the skeletal frame. Your earplugs cannot intercept this pathway. Front-of-stage deployment should be limited in duration. Rotate positions. The bass will still find your bones 50 feet back, but the energy transfer drops significantly with distance. Module 2. Thermal regulation. The breathable chassis. The glitch. The human chassis generates substantial heat during sustained physical activity. Under normal conditions, the hypothalamus, your onboard thermostat, manages this through sweat evaporation and vasodilation, dumping excess thermal energy to the environment. CPU overheating, hyperthermia, occurs when heat generation exceeds dissipation capacity. Core temperature rises, cognitive function degrades. At extreme levels, organ systems begin to fail. Here is the critical vulnerability. Many stimulant-class substances, including MDMA, amphetamines, and cocaine, directly interfere with hypothalamic function. They break the thermostat. The body continues generating heat, but loses the ability to recognize dangerous temperature thresholds. The cooling system fails to engage at appropriate intensity. The user feels fine while their core temperature climbs toward critical. Compounding factors in the festival environment: ambient temperature elevated by crowd density, high humidity reducing sweat evaporation efficiency, sustained physical output, dancing, generating continuous thermal load, dehydration reducing available coolant. This is how systems fail catastrophically. The fix: optimize thermal venting. Fabric selection is an engineering decision, not a fashion one. Material, function, verdict: cotton. Absorbs moisture, holds it against skin, becomes saturated, loses all evaporative cooling capacity. Insulation: avoid. Synthetic moisture wicking, polyester/nylon blends. Pulls moisture away from skin to outer surface, maximizes evaporative cooling. Ventilation: approved. Bamboo/modal. Natural fiber with moisture-wicking properties, breathable, antimicrobial. Ventilation: approved. Mesh panels, direct airflow to skin surface. Active cooling: approved. Configure your chassis for maximum thermal venting. Lightweight, loose-fitting moisture-wicking base layer. Exposed skin where practical, arms, legs, for direct heat radiation. Light colors to reflect solar thermal input during daytime deployment. Removable layers for temperature fluctuation between stages. Cooling hack: manual heat dump. When passive cooling is insufficient, engage active thermal intervention. Your circulatory system runs close to the surface at specific anatomical points. These radiator points allow direct heat transfer from blood to external cooling sources. Posterior neck, back of neck below skull. Inner wrists, inner elbows, behind the knees. Application of ice, cold water, or cooling towels to these points manually dumps heat from the bloodstream. This is not a luxury. This is an emergency override for a compromised cooling system. Festival harm reduction tents typically stock ice. Know their location before you need them. Module 3. Hydraulic systems. Hydration strategy. The glitch. The standard harm reduction advice, drink lots of water, is incomplete, and incomplete instructions can kill. There are two failure modes in festival hydraulic management: dehydration, insufficient fluid intake; coolant levels drop, thermal regulation degrades, cognitive function impaired. This one you know. Dilutional hyponatremia. Excessive plain water intake dilutes blood sodium concentration. Cellular osmotic balance fails. Water migrates into cells. The brain swells within the rigid skull case. Critical system warning. Water toxicity is real and fatal. Dilutional hyponatremia has killed healthy young people at festivals. The mechanism: dancing for hours while consuming large quantities of plain water, without electrolyte replacement, drops blood sodium to critical levels. Certain substances, particularly MDMA, compound this by triggering inappropriate antidiuretic hormone release, causing the body to retain water instead of excrete it. Symptoms include nausea, headache, confusion, seizures, loss of consciousness, death. This is not dehydration. More water makes it worse. If a unit exhibits confusion, altered mental status, or seizures after heavy water consumption, this is a medical emergency. Alert medical personnel immediately. Secondary hydraulic risk: cartridge interactions, dancing while under the influence of mind-expanding hardware, cartridges, places additional strain on the system. These substances alter thermoregulation, fluid balance perception, and cognitive monitoring capacity. The chassis cannot accurately self-diagnose when the monitoring software itself is modified. Bus speed slows, kernel corruption becomes possible. What feels like adequate hydration may not be. What feels like dangerous overheating may be anxiety. The signal-to-noise ratio on internal diagnostics drops significantly. This is why external protocols matter. You cannot rely on how you feel when the feeling generation system is running modified code. The fix: isotonic refueling. Maintain electrolyte balance with a disciplined refueling protocol. The ratio: 1 water to 1 electrolyte. For every serving of plain water, consume 1 serving of electrolyte-containing fluid. This maintains sodium, potassium, and magnesium concentrations within operational range. Acceptable electrolyte sources: commercial electrolyte drinks/powders. Check sodium content. Aim for 200 to 400 milligrams per serving. Coconut water. Salty snacks, pretzels, salted nuts, paired with water. Oral rehydration solutions. Volume guidelines: moderate activity, moderate temperature, 500 milliliters per hour. High activity, high temperature, 750 to 1,000 milliliters per hour. Maximum ceiling in most conditions, 1 to 1.5 liters per hour, do not exceed. Diagnostic: the urine color check engine light. Your chassis provides a built-in diagnostic output. Use it. Urine color, status, action: dark amber/brown. Critical: severely dehydrated. Increase fluid intake immediately. Dark yellow. Warning: dehydrated. Increase fluid intake. Pale straw/light yellow. Optimal: properly hydrated. Maintain current protocol. Clear/colorless. Warning: overhydrated/diluted. Stop plain water. Switch to electrolytes only. Monitor for hyponatremia symptoms. Clear urine is not the goal. Clear urine indicates dilution, the precursor state to hyponatremia. Adjust immediately. Module 4. The Safe Mode Perimeter, Crowd and Safety. Strategy: establish the rendezvous beacon. Groups fragment in festival environments. Communication systems fail, cellular networks overloaded, Battery depletion, noise floor too high for voice. Units become isolated. Before deployment, establish a rendezvous beacon, a fixed physical landmark where separated group members reconvene. Specifications for an effective beacon: static position, not a food vendor that may close, not a stage that may end. Unique identifier: a specific art installation, a permanent structure, a distinctive flag. Scheduled check-in intervals, for example, every 2 hours on the hour. Not speaker-dependent. Sound stages make verbal communication impossible. Document the beacon location. Share it with all group members before entry. This is your fail-safe. Grounding protocol. Kernel panic recovery. A kernel panic is a critical system state where normal processing has failed. In human terms, overwhelming anxiety, dissociation, a bad trip, sensory overload, or loss of reality testing. When a unit enters kernel panic, the priority is downregulation of the autonomic nervous system, specifically signaling safety to the vagus nerve. The grounding sequence: physical contact with ground. Sit down. Better, lie down. The vestibular system receives safe, stable input. The threat detection system registers that you are not fleeing, fighting, or falling. Reduce sensory input. Move away from speakers. Reduce visual stimulation, close eyes, or focus on single fixed point. Remove yourself from crowd density if possible. Slow the breath. Extend the exhale longer than the inhale, for example, 4 counts in, 6 counts out. This mechanically activates parasympathetic response. Orient to physical reality. Name 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. This sequence re-engages the prefrontal cortex and interrupts panic loops. Seek harm reduction services. Most major festival staff trained personnel specifically for psychological support. They have quiet spaces, trained listeners, and experience. This is what they are there for. Use them. If you are attending to another unit in kernel panic, stay calm, speak slowly, do not crowd them, offer grounding contact, hand on shoulder, only with permission, and do not leave them alone. Substance safety. The fentanyl firewall. Critical system warning. The supply is contaminated. Fentanyl and its analogs have infiltrated the unregulated substance supply at concentrations that are lethal in microgram quantities. This includes substances that have no historical association with opioids, cocaine, MDMA, pressed pills of all types, ketamine, counterfeit pharmaceuticals. You cannot see it, you cannot smell it, you cannot taste it. A quantity invisible to the naked eye is sufficient to cause fatal respiratory depression. The fentanyl firewall. Test everything. Fentanyl test strips detect contamination in seconds. They are cheap, legal, and available from harm reduction organizations. Carry them. Use them. Never use alone. A witness can administer naloxone and call emergency services. An isolated overdose is frequently a fatal overdose. Carry naloxone, Narcan. This opioid antagonist reverses fentanyl overdose. It has no effect on someone who has not consumed opioids. There is no risk in carrying it or administering it if overdose is suspected. Start low, go slow. Even with testing, potency varies. Test doses are not weakness, they are engineering. This is not paranoia, this is risk assessment based on current contamination data. Protocol 36S, Summary Checklist. Pre-deployment, high-fidelity acoustic filters packed. Moisture-wicking fabrics selected. Electrolyte supply secured. Fentanyl test strips packed. Naloxone kit packed. Rendezvous beacon established with group. Harm reduction tent locations identified on map. During operation, Acoustic filters deployed in high-decibel environments. Thermal status monitored. Note: internal monitoring unreliable under certain cartridges. Hydration ratio maintained, 1 water to 1 electrolyte. Urine color diagnostic checked regularly. Cooling stations utilized as needed. Beacon check-ins maintained. If kernel panic occurs, ground the chassis, sit/lie down. Reduce sensory input. Slow respiration, extended exhale. Orient to physical environment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seek harm reduction support. Architect's log, entry 36S.002, closing. You are a remarkable machine. Millions of years of evolutionary engineering produced a chassis capable of joy, connection, transcendence. The festival is a place where you can access those experiences in concentrated form. But you are also a fragile machine. The components that make music beautiful can be permanently destroyed by too much of it. The systems that regulate your temperature can be overridden by the very substances that make you want to dance. The fluid balance that keeps your brain functioning requires more than just drink water. I do not write these protocols to diminish your experience. I write them so you return home intact, with the memories but without the damage. So you can do this again. So there is a next time. Armor the chassis, filter the inputs, regulate the systems, watch out for each other. Come home safe. JR token. End protocol 36S. Architect's log. Sound festival, recovery management, harm reduction at events, rave protocols. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Identity rootkit. Protocol 35S.B. The Identity Rootkit. Shame, encryption, and reputation management. Removing the malware that tells you that you are the malware. Architect's log. There is a file in your system that you cannot delete. It runs at boot, before you're even conscious. It executes in the background of every interaction. It intercepts every compliment and flags it as suspicious. It takes every failure and writes it to permanent storage. It whispers in kernel-level processes, "You are defective. You are broken. You are not like the others." If they knew, they would reject you. You don't deserve to be on this network. This is not a bug. This is a rootkit. A rootkit is malware that embeds itself so deeply in the operating system that it becomes invisible to the system itself. It hides its own processes. It rewrites the detection algorithms to exclude itself. It convinces the system that IT is the system. That's what shame does. Shame is not an emotion you have. Shame is malware that has convinced you it's part of your identity. It's not running on your system. It's running as your system. This protocol is a rootkit removal tool. We will identify the infection, trace its origin, understand its propagation methods, and execute a clean extraction. This will not be comfortable. Rootkits don't want to be removed. They fight back. But you are the administrator, and this malware has overstayed its execution privileges. Let's begin the extraction. Section 35S.B.1, defining the infection. Understanding why shame is a rootkit, not a bug. Critical system failure, the misdiagnosis. The common error. Most recovery frameworks treat shame as a feeling to process, a temporary state, an emotion to work through. They apply surface-level patches, affirmations, self-compassion exercises, journaling about your feelings. This is like running antivirus on a rootkit. The rootkit controls the antivirus. It tells the scanner, "Nothing to see here." The scan completes. System clean. Meanwhile, the infection deepens. Why the patches fail? You say, I am worthy of love. The rootkit intercepts, but you know what you did. You say, I forgive myself. The rootkit responds, they haven't, and they never will. You say, I am not my past. The rootkit pulls up the logs. Here's the evidence. Want to review? The affirmation never reaches the kernel. It's intercepted at the gate, flagged as invalid input, discarded. This is why years of therapy can leave shame untouched. You've been treating it at the wrong system level. System green, the critical distinction. Guilt versus shame. The architectural difference. Guilt equals action error. I executed a bad command. Guilt is about behavior. It says, I did something wrong. It's specific, time-bound, addressable. It points to an action that can be corrected. It's a useful error message. Healthy systems generate guilt to course correct. Shame equals kernel error. My operating system is fundamentally corrupt. Shame is about identity. It says, I am something wrong. It's global, permanent, totalizing. It points to the entire system as defective. It's a rootkit pretending to be diagnostics. It paralyzes rather than corrects. The technical analogy. Guilt. Error on line 847. Division by 0. Fix the function. Right arrow actionable. You can fix line 847. Shame. Fatal. Core architecture corrupted. System unrecoverable. This is a lie. The system is recoverable, but the message prevents you from trying. The key insight. Guilt motivates repair. Shame prevents it. Guilt says, fix the code. Shame says, you are the broken code. Why bother? Parameter. Guilt, action error. Shame, kernel error. Target, specific behavior, entire identity. Message, I did bad. I am bad. Temporal scope, past action, permanent state, emotion, regret, remorse, worthlessness, defectiveness, motivation, repair, amend, hide, withdraw, self-destruct, system level, application layer, kernel/BIOS level, function, course correction, system paralysis, origin, internal ethics check, external labeling plus internalization, removal, amends, behavior change, identity reconstruction, critical system failure, the origin of the rootkit. Where shame comes from, shame is not native code. You were not born with it installed. It was written into your system by external sources. Source 1. Legacy logs, childhood programming. During the boot sequence, childhood, you had no firewall. Every input was accepted as valid. If authority figures, parents, teachers, peers, transmitted, you're stupid. You're a disappointment. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be like sibling other child? You'll never amount to anything. These packets were written directly to the kernel. No validation, no quarantine. Straight to core memory. Source 2. Crash logs, addiction history. During active addiction, you generated data. Bad data. Harmful data. Data that hurt people. This data was observed, recorded, and used as evidence. But here's the exploit. The observers didn't say, you're executing bad commands. They said, you are defective. You are the problem. They conflated your behavior with your identity. And you accepted that conflation. Because your system was in crisis. Because you had no resources to dispute it. Because shame was already running in the background, ready to confirm, yes, I always knew. I am broken. Source 3. Social network, broadcast. The network saw your crash. The network doesn't forget. The network tells new nodes. That one is unstable. This external labeling reinforces the internal rootkit. Every time you're treated as the addict, the rootkit gains execution priority. Section 35 S.B.2. The encrypted closet. Why you hide your history and what it costs. Architect's log. The data hiding protocol. You have secrets, not the kind everyone has, the kind that would change how people see you, the kind that, if leaked, could destroy your current life. So you've done what any rational system administrator would do. You've encrypted the data, hidden it in a secure folder, protected it with multiple authentication layers. This is the closet. The closet contains your using history, the things you did while using, the people you hurt, the lies you told, the money you stole/wasted, the relationships you destroyed, the opportunities you incinerated, the person you were, and you guard this data with your life, because you believe if they access this folder, they will reject me. If the network sees this data, I will be quarantined. My current reputation depends on this encryption holding. This is not irrational. In many contexts, this is correct. The world does not forgive easily. The network does have long memory, but there is a cost. Critical system failure, the cost of encryption, the hidden resource drain. Maintaining encryption is expensive. It requires constant CPU cycles. It requires vigilance. It requires lying, by omission or commission. The costs. 1. Cognitive overhead. Constantly monitoring what you say, calculating what each person knows, maintaining multiple versions of your story, remembering which lies you told to whom. This burns mental resources that could go elsewhere. 2. Intimacy. Failure. True connection requires data transparency. If they don't know the real you, they don't love the real you. They love the encrypted version. Every compliment feels hollow. If they knew, this is the loneliness of the closet. 3. Blackmail vulnerability. Anyone who knows your secrets has power over you. You live in fear of data breach. Old contacts become potential threats. Your past is a weapon others can wield. 4. Shame reinforcement. Hiding confirms to the rootkit. See, it is shameful. If it weren't shameful, you wouldn't hide it. The act of encryption validates the rootkit's premise. You're trapped in a feedback loop. 5. Integration failure. Your past is part of your data set. Excluding it fragments your identity. You become a system running two operating modes, public me and real me. This dissociation has psychological costs. System green, strategic decryption. The solution is not full disclosure. Let me be clear. I am not telling you to broadcast your history to the network. That would be naive. That would be dangerous. Some data should remain encrypted. Not everyone has earned access to your folders. The protocol, selective decryption. Tier 1, full access, inner circle. Partner/spouse. Therapist. Sponsor/mentor. Closest friends, 1 to 3 people. These nodes get full read access. They know everything. They've seen the logs. And they're still connected. Tier 2, partial access, trusted network. Close friends, family members, case by case. Recovery community. They know the general architecture. I'm in recovery. I had a substance problem. Details on need-to-know basis. Tier 3, minimal access, professional network. Colleagues, acquaintances, new connections, no access required, none of their business. Your past is not their concern. The principle: encryption should be strategic, not total. Total encryption equals total isolation. Strategic encryption equals protected but connected. The relief: having even one person with full access breaks the power of the secret. The rootkit says, if they knew, everyone would reject you. One person knowing and staying proves the rootkit wrong. That's a crack in the malware. Section 35S.B.3, the external audit, handling the normie gaze, Schadenfreude defense, critical system failure, the superiority glitch. The scenario: your data has leaked. Someone who runs legacy systems, a normie, has learned your history. They are now processing this information, and a strange thing happens. Their system executes a superiority glitch. The glitch manifests as visible relief. Thank God that's not me. Moral distancing. I would never do that. Subtle condescension. How could you let that happen? Schadenfreude, secret pleasure at your failure. Unsolicited advice. Have you tried just not drinking? Permanent labeling. Oh, you're an addict. The packet they transmit. I never crashed. I am better/safer than you. My system is superior because I avoided your error. Your crash validates my life choices. Your failure makes me feel successful. This is Schadenfreude, the pleasure derived from another's misfortune. It is one of the ugliest subroutines in the human operating system, and it is very common. The damage: when you receive this packet, your rootkit activates. See? They know you're defective. Their reaction proves you should have stayed hidden. You are less than them. The external input reinforces the internal malware. Architect's log, the reframe, reject the packet. Critical instruction: do not accept this packet. The packet is corrupted. The packet is based on false premises. The packet should be flagged and discarded. Here is the truth they don't understand. They are running default settings. They have never been stress tested. Their system has never faced genetic predisposition to addiction, childhood trauma that corrupted early programming, environmental factors that loaded the dice, the specific neurochemical cascade that you faced, the circumstances that brought you to your knees. They did not choose to not be addicted. They were simply never exposed to the conditions that test for it. Analogy: imagine someone who has never been in a car accident, looking at a crash survivor and saying, "I've never crashed. I'm a better driver than you." But they've only driven in perfect weather, on straight roads, with no mechanical failures, with no drunk driver running a red light into them. Their success is circumstance, not superiority. The deeper truth: you are not broken. You are hardened. You have survived a catastrophic system failure. You have rebuilt from kernel corruption. You have written patches that they will never need to write. You have developed resilience modules they don't possess. Their untested system is fragile. Your rebuilt system is anti-fragile. If they faced what you faced, there is no guarantee they would have survived. There is no guarantee they would be here. There is no guarantee they would have had the strength to rebuild. Do not accept their superiority packet. It is malformed data from an untested source. System Green, the Schadenfreude defense protocol, when encountering the superiority glitch. Step 1. Recognize the glitch. This is not about you. This is about their need to feel safe. Your crash threatens their worldview. If it could happen to them, it could happen to me. So they create distance. I'm different. I'm better. This is a defense mechanism, not an accurate assessment. Step 2. Do not internalize. Their reaction is not evidence of your defectiveness. Their reaction is evidence of their fear. Do not let their fear become your shame. Firewall up. Step 3. Do not explain or defend. You do not owe them your trauma history. You do not need to justify your crash. Explaining often feeds their superiority. Oh, so you're saying it's not your fault? Gotcha. Gray rock. Minimal engagement. Step 4. Internal script. Run this subroutine when receiving the packet. This person has not been tested. Their judgment comes from ignorance, not insight. I do not need validation from untested systems. My rebuild is my evidence. My uptime is my proof. I reject this packet. It does not write to my kernel. Step 5. Strategic distance. Some people will never update their perception. They have you labeled addict, dangerous, broken. This label serves their psychological needs. You cannot force a system update on an unwilling node. Reduce bandwidth, minimize connection, protect your resources. The victory condition. Their opinion does not affect your stability. Their gaze does not trigger your rootkit. You are immune to schadenfreude. You are firewalled. Section 35 S.B.4. Reputation management. Converting negative fame to positive fame. Architect's log. The fame architecture. You have a reputation, whether you like it or not, whether it's accurate or not. Data about you exists on the network. Nodes have formed assessments. The 2 types of fame. Negative fame, infamy. That node is unstable. That node crashed catastrophically. That node is dangerous to connect to. That node lies/steals/manipulates. Keep your distance from that node. Positive fame, resilience. That node crashed but rebuilt. That node has maintained 99.9% uptime since the patch. That node is more stable than systems that never crashed. That node has hard-won wisdom about failure recovery. That node is trustworthy, tested, and proven. The transition. Your goal is not to erase your history. That data exists. It cannot be deleted from external logs. Your goal is to recontextualize it, to add new data that changes the narrative, to demonstrate that the crash was not the end of the story. Infamy to resilience. They crashed and rebuilt and are now stable. This is reputation management, not through PR or spin, through evidence. System Green, the uptime protocol, the only reputation that matters. Uptime. In system architecture, uptime is the metric. How long has the system been running without failure? How stable is it under load? How does it handle stress? A system that crashed once but has run for 5 years since is more trustworthy than a system that's never been tested, because you know what happens when it crashes. You know it can recover. You know the patches work. The untested system, who knows what it will do under pressure? It's running on luck, not proven resilience. How to build positive fame. 1. Consistent operation. Show up every day. Do what you say you'll do. Be where you say you'll be. Reliability is the counter-narrative to unstable. 2. Quiet competence. Excel at your function. Produce quality output. Let your work speak. Competence overwrites incompetence in the network memory. 3. Trustworthy transactions. Keep confidences. Honor commitments. Pay debts, financial and emotional. Each trustworthy transaction deposits into reputation account. 4. Graceful under load. When stress hits, remain stable. When triggered, do not crash. Let observers see. They can handle pressure. This is the strongest evidence of rebuild quality. 5. Time. There is no shortcut. Reputation is rebuilt, transaction by transaction, day by day, month by month, year by year. The crash was instant. The rebuild is gradual. Accept this. Work the process. The metric. How long since the last crash? Every day, clean is a data point. Every month, stable is evidence. Every year, sober is proof. Eventually, the uptime speaks louder than the crash. Critical system failure. The cult warning. Recovery evangelism. Bloatware alert. There is a failure mode in recovery that must be avoided. The failure mode. Recovery evangelism. Symptoms. Making recovery your entire identity. Talking about sobriety constantly. Introducing yourself as a recovering addict in every context. Preaching to people who didn't ask. Judging others drinking/using with visible disapproval. Wearing recovery like a costume or badge. Making every conversation about the program. Recruiting others into your specific recovery framework. Why this is bloatware? 1. It's another form of identity hijack. Before, I am an addict, shame-based identity. After, I am a recovering addict, recovery-based identity. Both make addiction the core of who you are. You've traded one label for another. The rootkit just changed its name. 2. It creates social friction. People don't want to be preached at. They don't want to feel judged for having a beer. Evangelism creates the opposite of connection. You become that recovery person. Another form of quarantine, self-imposed. 3. It's fragile. If your identity is person in recovery, then a relapse destroys your identity. You've built your house on a single metric. One bad day and the whole thing collapses. 4. It's often a mask for unresolved shame. If I'm loudly recovered, maybe they won't see I'm broken. Overcompensation for the hidden rootkit. The volume is proportional to the insecurity. The protocol. Don't preach. Don't wear the recovery like a costume. Just run your system with high stability. Let your uptime be your reputation, not your marketing. System Green, the integration protocol. The goal is not recovered addict. The goal is functional human. Your crash is part of your history, not the headline. A well-functioning system doesn't constantly broadcast, "I crashed in 2019, but I'm better now." It just runs quietly, effectively, reliably. The integrated identity. You are a person who has a job/career/vocation, has relationships, has interests and hobbies, has values and goals, has a past that includes addiction, has a present that includes stability, has a future that includes growth. Addiction is one folder in your file system, not the root directory. When to reference the crash? When it's relevant and helpful. Helping someone else in crisis. Explaining a boundary. I don't drink. Building connection with someone on similar path. In appropriate recovery contexts. When it's performative or default. Every new introduction. Casual social contexts. Professional environments, usually. As a bid for attention or sympathy. The test. Ask, is this disclosure serving a purpose? If yes, then share appropriately. If no arrow, let your uptime speak instead. The ultimate flex. Being so stable, so integrated, so normal, that people are surprised to learn you ever crashed. Wait, you had a drug problem? I never would have guessed. That's the goal. Not hiding, not lying, just being more than the crash. Section 35S.B.5. The verdict. Clearing the cache. The final reframe. Architect's log. Shame is data latency. Let me give you the final reframe. Shame is not a truth. Shame is data latency. What is latency? It's the delay between when data is sent and when it's received. It's lag. It's the gap between transmission and arrival. Shame is the lag between who you were and who you are. Your system has been updated. New patches installed, new firmware loaded, new behavior patterns executing. But the shame is still referencing OLD data, cached files from the crash, legacy logs that haven't been cleared. The rootkit keeps pulling up these old files and presenting them as current state. You're a liar. You were. You're not now. You're a thief. You were. You've made amends. You're untrustworthy. You were. You've rebuilt. You're broken. You were crashing. You've rebooted. The shame is showing you cached data, old snapshots, files that no longer reflect current state. This is latency. The past is still loading in the present, and it's distorting your self-perception. System Green, the cache clearing protocol. How to clear the cache. 1. Recognize the timestamp. When shame activates, check the file date. When did this happen? If the answer is months/years ago, then this is cached data. It's not current, it's latency. 2. Update the file. For every shameful memory, add a timestamp and update. Old file. I stole money from my mother. 2018. Update. I stole money from my mother. 2018. I made amends. 2020. I have not stolen since. Debt paid. File closed. The rootkit only shows the first line. You must add the update. 3. Differentiate past from present. Create a clear system distinction. Archive. What happened during the crash? Current. What is happening now? The archive is for reference, not for identity. You can access it, you can learn from it, but it's not the Active Directory. 4. Defrag the identity. Shame fragments the self. Public me versus secret me. Who I pretend to be versus who I really am. Integration defragments. All parts of your history exist in one directory. Nothing is partitioned off in shame. The system runs as one coherent unit. 5. Accept imperfect uptime. No system has 100% uptime. Every system has crash logs. The logs don't make you defective. They make you a system that has been used. Unused systems are pristine. Used systems have history. Your history is evidence that you've lived, that you've processed data, that you've run under load. The final command, sudo clear _cache shame all. Acknowledge the past, update the files, close the old logs, run on current data. Section 35S.B.6. Key takeaways. System Green, Protocol 35S.B. Key takeaways. 1. Shame is a rootkit, not a bug. It runs at kernel level, invisible to standard diagnostics. It wasn't native, it was installed by external sources. It rewrites your self-perception at the deepest level. Surface-level patches, affirmations, don't reach it. 2. Guilt not equal to shame. Guilt. I did wrong leads to motivates repair. Shame. I am wrong leads to prevents repair. Guilt is useful error messaging. Shame is malware pretending to be diagnostics. 3. The closet has costs. Encryption requires constant resources. Total hiding prevents real connection. Strategic disclosure with trusted nodes breaks shame's power. One person knowing and staying disproves the rootkit. 4. Reject the superiority packet. Normies execute a superiority glitch. Their judgment comes from untested privilege. Do not internalize their Schadenfreude. You are hardened, not broken. They are untested, not superior. 5. UPTIME, greater than explanation. Your reputation rebuilds through evidence, not argument. Consistent operation overwrites crash history. Each stable day is a data point. Let your uptime speak. 6. Avoid recovery evangelism. Don't make recovery your entire identity. Don't preach to people who didn't ask. Integration greater than declaration. The goal is functional human, not recovered addict. 7. Shame is data latency. It's the lag between who you were and who you are. Clear the cache. Update the files. Run on current data, not archived snapshots. 8. You are the administrator. The rootkit has overstayed its privileges. You can revoke its access. You can clear the cache. You can run clean. Architect's log. Final transmission. Final system. Note: the rootkit told you a story. It told you that you were fundamentally defective, that the crash revealed your true nature, that you are less than others, that you must hide, that you will never be clean. This story was malware, installed without your consent, running without your awareness, consuming your resources, limiting your connections, keeping you in a prison of your own shame. Today we've begun the extraction. You are not your crash. You are not your worst moments. You are not the cached data the rootkit keeps serving you. You are the system that survived the crash. You are the architecture that rebuilt itself. You are the administrator who chose to run diagnostics. You are the engineer who is writing new code. The untested systems will never understand this. They will judge from their pristine terminals. They will execute their superiority glitches. They will transmit their Schadenfreude packets. Let them. You don't need their validation. You don't need their approval. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, except the one person with root access to your system. You. Clear the cache. Update the files. Revoke the rootkit's privileges. Run on current data. And when the shame surfaces, because it will, recognize it for what it is. Latency. Old files loading in current memory. A ghost of a system that no longer exists. Acknowledge it. Timestamp it. Close it. Move forward. You are not broken. You are rebuilt. You are running. You are live. And that is more than many systems can say. Identity rootkit extraction. Complete. System shame levels normalizing. Cache cleared. Status operational. The system architect. End of protocol. 35S.B. The identity rootkit. Architect's log. Addiction forged identity dismantling. Self-concept surgery. Who are you now? See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Friction Protocol. Protocol 35S.C. The Friction Protocol. Skid marks, variety, and the instrumentalist. Why you need drag coefficient to engage with reality. Architect's log. Let's talk about tires. Specifically, let's talk about what happens when you corner a car. At 90 miles per hour on a wet road with bald tires. You slide, you float, you have zero traction. You feel fast, maybe even invincible, but you have absolutely no control over your trajectory. You're not driving anymore. You're a passenger in a 3,000-pound projectile, waiting to discover what object will stop your momentum. That's addiction. Not just one substance, not just one behavior. The architecture of addiction itself. High velocity, zero friction, no skid marks. Maybe yours was fentanyl, floating above the pain, wrapped in pharmaceutical cotton, untouchable. Maybe yours was kratom or feel free. That natural opioid glow that lets you function, without actually feeling anything inconvenient. Maybe yours was stimulants, ephedra, Adderall, cocaine. The overcurrent that made you feel sharp and optimized, while you burned through relationships like fuel. Maybe yours was alcohol, the social lubricant, that smoothed every edge until nothing had texture. Maybe yours wasn't a substance at all. Maybe yours was the 850 credit score, 2 jobs, 4 hours of sleep, every bill paid in full, the dopamine of perfection, the high of control. I'm not an addict. I'm responsible. While your body screamed for rest, you couldn't give it. Maybe yours was shopping, gambling, sex, food, the endless scroll, the next purchase, the next hit of novelty, different vehicles, same architecture. You moved fast through the world. You felt smooth, optimized, buffered from reality. But you left no trace. You gripped nothing. You carved no grooves into actual life, because you were floating over existence, not engaging with it. This protocol is about friction, about traction, about putting compound back on the tires so you can actually corner without dying, about leaving skid marks. Because here's what nobody tells you. The goal isn't to move fast. The goal is to move with torque, to grip the road, to feel the resistance, to push against something real. Frictionless feels like flying. But flying is just falling with good marketing. Let's get you back on the ground. Let's get you to cycle the pin setter. Section 35, SC1, the anhedonia gap. The gray buffer, system calibration in progress. Critical system failure, the gray phase. The glitch. You quit. Whatever it was, the substance, the behavior, the coping mechanism, you expected to feel something. Relief, clarity, peace. Instead, you feel gray, not sad exactly, not happy, just flat, muted, like someone turned the saturation down on reality. Colors are duller, music is less moving, food is less satisfying, sex is less everything. Conversations feel like they're happening underwater. This is the anhedonia gap, the inability to feel pleasure from normally pleasurable things. And it terrifies people. The panic. Is this what sober life is? Is this who I am without the substance, behavior? Am I fundamentally broken? Was the drug behavior the only thing that made me feel alive? This panic drives relapse because the gray feels unbearable, and the memory of high voltage color is seductive. The misinterpretation. You interpret the gray as boredom, as evidence that sober life is dull, as proof that you need the thing to feel normal. This interpretation is wrong. System green, the reframe, calibration mode. The truth. The gray is not boredom. The gray is system calibration. Your brain is rebooting its reward sensors. Technical explanation. Every addiction, whether chemical or behavioral, floods the reward system with artificial signal. Your receptors respond by down-regulating. They reduce their sensitivity to survive the flood. Think of it like this. You've been listening to music at 150 decibels for years. Your ears adapted by becoming less sensitive. Now you've turned off the speaker. Normal conversation, 60 decibels, sounds like a whisper. Are you deaf? No. Are conversations actually quieter? No. Your sensors are just recalibrating to normal input levels. The reward system. Analogy. Addiction mode. Input. Massive artificial dopamine/endorphin spike. Receptor state. Heavily downregulated, numb. Experience. Only high voltage registers. Normal pleasure. Invisible, below threshold. Calibration mode. Gray phase. Input. Normal life stimuli. Receptor state. Still downregulated, slowly upregulating. Experience. Everything feels muted. Duration. 2 to 6 months for significant recovery. Recalibrated mode. Input. Normal life stimuli. Receptor state. Normalized sensitivity. Experience. Normal pleasures register again. Bonus. Sustainable. Doesn't require escalation. The reframe. You are not moving from feeling good to feeling nothing. You are moving from high voltage spikes to analog signal processing. It feels quiet, but quiet is not empty. Quiet is stable. You're not losing capacity for pleasure. You're rebuilding it on a sustainable architecture. Phase, receptor state. Experience, duration, active use, severely downregulated. Only addiction registers as pleasure. Years, acute withdrawal, crash state, depression, anhedonia, fatigue. 1 to 4 weeks. Gray phase, slowly upregulating. Muted pleasure, flat affect. 2 to 6 months. Early recovery, partially restored. Glimpses of normal pleasure, 6 to 12 months. Stabilized, normalized. Full pleasure spectrum returns, 12 to 24 months. Architect's log, surviving the gray. How to navigate calibration mode. 1. Label it correctly. When the gray hits, run this script. This is not boredom, this is calibration. My sensors are recalibrating to normal input. This will pass as my receptors upregulate. The gray is evidence of healing, not damage. 2. Do not chase high voltage. The temptation is to find something that registers. Different substance, cross-addiction. Gambling, dopamine spike. Risky sex, dopamine spike. Extreme sports, adrenaline proxy. Shopping binges, novelty hits. Workaholism, productivity high. These are not solutions. They're workarounds. They delay recalibration by continuing to demand high-voltage input. The poly-addiction trap. Many people quit one thing and immediately pick up another. Quit opioids leads to start drinking heavily. Quit drinking to start working 80 hours. Quit shopping to start gambling. This is not recovery. This is migration. Same architecture, different vehicle. 3. Trust the timeline. Reward system receptor density typically recovers over 12 to 18 months. The first 2 to 3 months are the worst. By month 6, most people report significant improvement. By month 12 to 24, the difference is dramatic. You're not stuck in gray forever. You're in a tunnel with a measurable end. 4. Collect low-voltage data. Instead of waiting for pleasure to return on its own, actively expose yourself to potential pleasure sources. Not to feel good, that comes later, but to build the neural pathways that will carry pleasure when sensitivity returns. You're laying cable for future bandwidth. The signal will come. Build the infrastructure now. Section 35 SC2, Skid mark theory. The core philosophy, friction as engagement. Architect's log, the frictionless slide. The addiction, architecture. Every addiction is a frictionless slide. It removes the drag coefficient between you and reality. You move fast. You feel smooth. You glide through pain, through boredom, through discomfort. But here's the problem with frictionless. You leave no trace. The different vehicles, same slide. Opioids, fentanyl, heroin, kratom, pills. Frictionless via numbing. Pain doesn't register. Anxiety dissolves. You float above reality in pharmaceutical cotton. No engagement because nothing hurts enough to grip. Stimulants, cocaine, meth, Adderall, ephedra. Frictionless via overcurrent. Everything feels effortless, optimized. You glide through tasks on artificial energy. No engagement because effort is bypassed. Depressants, alcohol, benzos, GHB. Frictionless via smoothing. Social friction disappears, edges blur. You slide through interactions without texture. No engagement because vulnerability is dissolved. Behavioral, work, shopping, gambling, sex, food. Frictionless via distraction. The present moment is avoided through compulsion. You glide over life by staying busy/stimulated. No engagement because stillness is intolerable. The common architecture. All of these create the same result. Movement without traction. Speed without direction. Activity without engagement. Years passing without skid marks. Think about ice. A hockey puck on ice moves fast, changes direction easily, but it doesn't grip, it doesn't carve, it doesn't mark. When it stops, there's no evidence it was ever there. Now think about tires on asphalt. Slower? Maybe. But when you brake hard, there's a skid mark. Evidence of force, of engagement, of friction, proof that something happened. System green, the friction mandate. The recovery reframe. Stop trying to float. Start trying to grip. Recovery is not about finding peace. Recovery is about increasing your drag coefficient. To engage with the pavement of life. What friction looks like. 1. Resistance in sensation. Feeling the cold when you're cold. Feeling the tired when you're tired. Feeling the sad when you're sad. Feeling the bored when you're bored. Not numbing, not escaping. Feeling. 2. Resistance in activity. The weight of the bowling ball. The pull of the bowstring. The burn of the workout. The challenge of the skill. These are friction, physical engagement with reality. 3. Resistance in relationship. The other person who disagrees. The conversation that requires effort. The friendship that demands showing up. The vulnerability that risks rejection. These are friction, emotional engagement with other humans. 4. Resistance in time. The boredom that isn't immediately filled. The stillness that isn't escaped. The waiting without distraction. The presence without performance. These are friction, temporal engagement with the moment. The counterintuitive truth. Friction feels like slowdown, but friction is what creates traction. Friction feels like resistance, but friction is what allows direction. Friction feels like drag, but friction is what enables acceleration. You cannot corner a car without tire resistance. You cannot leave a mark on the world without leaving a skid mark. The goal. Replace frictionless glide with deliberate grip. Replace smooth nothingness with rough somethingness. Replace floating over reality with pushing against it. Leave marks, leave grooves, leave evidence. Engage with the pavement. Section 35 SC3. The stolen prop. Band architecture versus choir architecture, the instrumentalist's edge. Architect's log, the band kid profile. A critical distinction. There are two types of performers in the world, choir kids and band kids. This is not about music, and this is about architecture. The choir, architecture. The instrument is the self. Output is projected from within. Performance requires vulnerability. You are the sound. The interface is self to audience. Risk, ego exposure, rejection, feels personal. Psychology, often narcissistic/performative. Comfort zone, being seen. The band architecture. The instrument is a tool between self and output. Output is mediated through a physical object. Performance requires mastery of external system. The interface is self to instrument, to sound to audience. Risk, technical failure, not ego exposure. Psychology, often technical/systematic. Comfort zone, manipulating a system. The insight, band kids understand something choir kids don't. The comfort of holding a tool between yourself and the world. The sax between your body and the audience. The clarinet between your breath and the sound. The drumsticks between your hands and the rhythm. There's a buffer, a mechanical interface. You're not naked. You're operating a system. This is why band kids often become engineers, architects, programmers. They think in systems, in interfaces, in tools. They're comfortable with mediated interaction. They prefer to manipulate than to project. Critical system failure, the stolen prop. The hack that addiction performed. Your addiction was a fake instrument. It gave you the feeling of a flow state without the practice. Remember what flow state feels like. Hours disappear without notice. Actions flow without conscious effort. You're not doing the thing, you are the thing. Time distorts. Output exceeds what you thought possible. You feel competent, capable, in control. Your addiction simulated this exactly. The opioid version. Hours disappear, nodding, floating. Pain flows away without effort. You're not coping, you are coped. Time distorts. Where did the day go? You handle things you couldn't handle sober. You feel okay, capable of existing. The stimulant version. Hours disappear, hyperfocus. Work flows without conscious effort. You're not performing, you are performance. Time distorts. 4 a.m. already? Output exceeds baseline until it doesn't. You feel sharp, optimized, superhuman. The workaholic version. Hours disappear, just one more task. Productivity flows compulsively. You're not working, you are your work. Time distorts, another year gone. Output is impressive while health crumbles. You feel valuable, worthy, in control. The exploit. The addiction gave you flow state without earned mastery. The competence feeling without the competence. The prop without the practice. It was a stolen prop. You walked on stage with an instrument you didn't know how to play. The addiction played it for you. You felt like a virtuoso, but when the addiction stops, you're holding nothing. Because you never actually learned the fingerings. System green, the prescription. Return to instrumental. The fix. You need to put a physical tool back in your hands, not metaphorically, literally. You are an instrumentalist by architecture. Your system is designed for tool-mediated interaction. You need a mechanical interface to engage with the world. The categories. 1. Literal instruments. Pick up the instrument you abandoned, or learn a new one. Guitar, bass, drums, keys, wind. The specific instrument matters less than the interface. 2. Instrumental sports, tool-mediated athletics. Bowling, ball. Archery, bow. Golf, club. Hockey, stick. Pool/billiards, cue. Darts, dart. These are not hobbies. These are neural interfaces. They put a tool between you and the output. They let you manipulate a system rather than project yourself. 3. Mechanical hobbies. Pinball, flippers. Arcade games, joystick/buttons. RC vehicles, controller. Woodworking, tools. Cooking, implements. The principle: choir projects the self, band manipulates a system. You are not a vocalist. You are a technician. Stop trying to perform without a prop. Get an instrument back in your hands. The recovery application. When anxiety hits, you don't need to process your feelings. You need something to hold, something with weight, something that requires manipulation. The tool becomes a grounding device, a mechanical interface between your nervous system and reality, a buffer that lets you engage without exposure. This is not avoidance. This is architecture-appropriate engagement. Section 35, SC4, dismantling the functional delusion, the shell script hiding social clumsiness. Critical system failure, the functional lie. The scripts you've been running, pick the one that fits. I'm not a junkie. I have a prescription. I'm not an alcoholic. I only drink wine. I'm not an addict. I'm a high-functioning executive. I'm not unhealthy. I'm driven. I'm ambitious. I'm not avoiding life. I'm building security. I don't have a problem. My credit score is 850. These are shell scripts, wrappers around the real process, designed to make the exterior look clean, while the back end is in chaos. The truth beneath the shell. The functional exterior is not who you are. It's a mask, and underneath that mask is the truth, human clumsiness. You used because you felt awkward, because emotions were hard, because social situations were exhausting, because you didn't know how to relax, because silence felt unbearable, because you couldn't find the flow naturally, because you needed something to make existence manageable. The addiction solved this. It made you smooth. It made you okay. It made you functional. But it was a shell script. The underlying code was still clumsy, still awkward, still unsure, still human. The reveal. When the addiction goes away, the shell script stops running. And suddenly the world sees the real code, the person who doesn't know how to relax, the person who finds social events draining, the person who struggles with unstructured time, the person who is always faking the calm. This is terrifying, because you've built an identity around the shell, and now the shell is gone. System green, the clumsiness protocol. The fix: you must embrace clumsiness, not as a temporary embarrassment, as a feature. The reframe: clumsiness is not failure. Clumsiness is data collection. Falling on roller skates equals gravity calibration data. Bowling a gutter ball equals trajectory adjustment data. Awkward conversation equals social algorithm refinement. Sitting with boredom equals stillness tolerance training. Feeling the feeling equals emotional processing practice. Every clumsy moment is a sensor reading. It tells you where the edges are, where your calibration is off, what needs adjustment. The superpower trap. Your addiction made you feel like you had superpowers. Pain management superpowers, productivity superpowers, social superpowers, coping superpowers. But superpowers are lonely, because superheroes don't struggle, they don't fumble, they don't fail in public, they don't need help. and therefore they don't connect. The vulnerability hack. Clumsiness is a connector. When you fall on roller skates, people laugh with you. When you admit you're struggling, people relate. When you ask for help, people feel useful. When you show the real code, people trust you because you're not running a shell script anymore. You're showing the real process. And other people have clumsy code too. They recognize it. They feel less alone. The prescription. Actively seek ego breakers. Activities where you will be clumsy, where you will fail publicly, where you cannot maintain the smooth exterior. Roller skating, you will fall. Bowling, you will gutter. Dancing, you will stumble. New sports, you will miss. Honest conversation, you will fumble. These are not humiliations. These are calibration exercises. They replace the lonely superpower with shared human vulnerability, and that vulnerability is where connection lives. Section 35, SC5, the variety menu, neural input tests, the prescription, architect's log, categorizing friction activities. These are not hobbies. These are not fun things to try. These are neural input tests. Each activity is designed to increase friction, engagement with reality, provide mechanical interface, tool-mediated interaction, generate calibration data, failure is feedback, build non-addictive reward pathways, sustainable dopamine, create connection opportunities, shared vulnerability, select from the menu based on your current deficit. Category 1. Kinetic play, balance and gravity tests. Purpose. Force mindfulness through physics. Friction type. Gravitational resistance. Tool. Your body as instrument with aids. Activities. Roller skating / inline skating. Ice skating. Skateboarding. Surfing / paddleboarding. Rock climbing. Trampolining. Skiing / snowboarding. Why it works. You cannot think about cravings while negotiating balance. Gravity demands 100% of your attention. Fall equals immediate feedback. Calibration. Success equals earned dopamine, not artificial. Public failure equals ego breaker. Connection opportunity. Especially useful for opioid recovery, forces physical presence. Anxiety disorders, overwhelms rumination. Dissociation patterns, demands embodiment. Prescription, 2 to 3 times per week during gray phase. System green, the moving orchestra, synchronized movement. Category 2, the moving orchestra, team dynamics. Purpose. Replace the band section dynamic. Friction type, interpersonal coordination resistance. Tool, sports equipment plus teammates. Activities, hockey, ice or roller. Basketball, soccer / football. Volleyball, ultimate frisbee, rowing / crew. Cycling groups, group fitness classes. Why it works? Remember being part of something synchronized. You had a specific role, position. You had to coordinate with others. Individual excellence served collective output. You were part of a system larger than yourself. Someone, coach, coordinated the whole. Team activities replicate this architecture exactly. This is familiar to your system. It scratches the itch for structured belonging. It provides role, synchronization, and collective effort. Especially useful for workaholic recovery, effort in non-work context, isolation patterns, forced social contact. Control issues must coordinate with others. Critical. The goal is not winning. The goal is participation in synchronized movement. Rec leagues, beer leagues, casual groups. Competition level is irrelevant. Coordination is the point. Prescription 1 to 2 times per week, ongoing. System green, tool-mediated precision, solo instrumental. Category 3, tool-mediated precision, solo instrumental. Purpose, provide mechanical interface for engagement. Friction type, technical resistance, skill mastery. Tool, explicit physical implement. Activities, bowling, archery, golf, pool/billiards, darts, target shooting, pinball, fishing. Why it works. These are solo instrumental activities. You're not projecting yourself, choir. You're manipulating a tool toward a target, band. The tool provides something to hold, grounding. Something to focus on, attention anchor. Something to master, skill progression. Something between you and the outcome, buffer. You're not performing. You're operating a system. The flow state return. These activities can recreate legitimate flow state. Bowling, the ritual, the approach, the release. Archery, the draw, the aim, the release. Pool, the geometry, the stroke, the contact. This is the flow state the addiction stole, earned back through actual practice, not simulated. Real, especially useful for stimulant recovery, focused activity without chemicals. Anxiety, something to hold, ritual to follow. Social awkwardness, activity-based interaction. Prescription, 2 to 3 times per week as primary coping mechanism. System green, the third place, neutral observation. Category 4, the third place, neutral servers. Purpose, provide observation without performance pressure. Friction type, minimal, intentionally. Tool, environment as interface. Activities, parks/nature walks, coffee shops, non-alcohol venues, libraries, museums, bookstores, botanical gardens, aquariums, beaches, sitting, not performing. Why it works. Not all friction is high resistance. Sometimes you need a neutral server. A place that is not home, first place. Not work, second place. Not a bar/trigger zone, danger place. A third place. These are environments where you can exist without performing. Observation is the activity. Stimulation is gentle, not spiked. Time passes without demand. You practice being in the world sober. The observation protocol. Go to the park, sit on a bench, watch people, watch dogs, watch birds. Do not scroll, do not produce, do not perform, just observe. This is training for low-voltage input, teaching your sensors to register gentle stimulation, recalibrating away from high-voltage only mode, especially useful for stimulant recovery, practice with stillness, workaholic recovery, non-productive time, shopping addiction, being without buying, all recovery, tolerance for unstructured time, prescription, daily during gray phase, as needed ongoing, system green, mechanical creativity, output systems. Category 5, mechanical creativity, output systems. Purpose, channel energy through productive interfaces. Friction type, creative resistance, making things. Tool, creation implements. Activities, musical instruments, obvious choice. Woodworking/carpentry, cooking/baking. Gardening, model building. Coding, yes, this counts. Writing, pen/keyboard as tool. Art, brush, chisel, pencil as tool. Home improvement projects. Why it works. You are a builder by nature. Your identity includes architect. You need to create systems. These activities let you transform input into output, see tangible results, master increasing complexity, experience legitimate productivity, dopamine, have something to show at the end. The critical distinction: this is not keeping busy. This is channeling build energy, the energy that went into addiction management, into planning use or compulsive behavior, into maintaining the habit. That energy doesn't disappear in recovery. It needs somewhere to go. Give it a system to build, a tangible output, a skid mark in the physical world, especially useful for workaholic recovery, productive without work, stimulant recovery, channel the drive. All recovery, replace compulsive energy. Prescription, ongoing project always in progress, Section 35, SC6. The variety menu, quick reference. Category, purpose, friction type, frequency, kinetic play, mindfulness through physics, gravitational, 2 to 3 times per week. Moving orchestra, replace band section dynamic, interpersonal sync, 1 to 2 times per week. Tool mediated, mechanical interface, technical skill, 2 to 3 times per week. Third place, neutral observation, minimal, rest, daily, mechanical creativity, channel build energy. Creative output, ongoing project, scenario, recommended input, specific activities, craving spike, kinetic play, roller skate, climb, skate, burn it off. Social anxiety, tool mediated, bowling, pool, darts, hold something. Loneliness, moving orchestra, team sport, group class, synchronize. Overstimulation. Third place, park, library, nature, low voltage, restlessness, mechanical creativity, build something, channel the energy, gray phase flatness, kinetic play plus third place, alternate high/low friction, work withdrawal, mechanical creativity, non-work projects, redirect the drive. Section 35, SC7, the rebalancing mandate, breaking free from all the bonds. Architect's log, the poly recovery framework. A critical warning. If you're reading this, you probably didn't have one addiction. You had a system of imbalances. The fentanyl wasn't isolated. It existed alongside the kratom, the work obsession, the shopping, the credit score perfectionism, the need to control, the inability to rest. Or maybe it was alcohol and benzos and work and food. Or stimulants and gambling and sex and spending. Different substances and behaviors, but one architecture, the architecture of escape from friction. The rebalancing requirement. Recovery is not about quitting one thing. Recovery is about rebalancing the entire system. If you quit opioids but double down on work, you haven't recovered. You've migrated. If you quit drinking but become obsessed with fitness, you haven't recovered. You've substituted. If you quit spending but start restricting food, you haven't recovered. You've transferred. The goal is not sobriety from one thing. The goal is balance in all things. The friction audit. Ask yourself, where am I still floating? Where am I still avoiding friction? Where am I still running shell scripts? Where am I still demanding high voltage? Where am I still refusing to be clumsy? Those are the areas that still need work. Those are the bonds still unbroken. System green, the integration checklist. Full recovery requires friction in all domains. Physical friction. Am I feeling my body, not numbing it? Am I tolerating physical discomfort? Am I engaging with gravity, balance, exertion? Emotional friction. Am I feeling my feelings, not escaping them? Am I tolerating boredom, sadness, anxiety? Am I allowing vulnerability? Social friction. Am I engaging with humans, not avoiding them? Am I tolerating awkwardness? Am I showing up imperfectly? Temporal friction. Am I tolerating unstructured time? Am I sitting with stillness? Am I present without performing? Financial friction. Is my spending in balance? Is my work in balance? Am I comfortable with enough? Identity friction. Am I okay being imperfect? Am I okay being average? Am I okay being human? The balance point. The goal is not maximum friction in all areas. The goal is appropriate friction, enough resistance to engage. Not so much you can't move, enough texture to grip. Not so much you're grinding, the sweet spot where you feel life without drowning in it. Move through the world, leaving marks. Engage with reality without being destroyed by it. This is recovery, not from one thing, from the architecture of escape itself. Section 35, SC8, the verdict, architect's log, final transmission. The command, stop floating, start gripping. You've been on ice for years. Maybe it was opioids that made you float above pain. Maybe it was stimulants that made you glide through effort. Maybe it was alcohol that smoothed away the edges. Maybe it was work that kept you too busy to feel. Maybe it was all of them, in rotation, covering for each other. Different vehicles, same architecture, moving fast, feeling buffered, leaving no trace. A frictionless existence that felt like control, but was actually just falling with good marketing. Recovery is not about slowing down. Recovery is about traction, about putting compound back on the tires, about engaging with the pavement instead of sliding over it. The architecture. You are not a vocalist projecting yourself into the void. You are an instrumentalist manipulating systems. You need tools. You need interfaces. You need friction. The gray phase is not boredom. It's calibration. Your sensors are adjusting from high voltage only to normal signal processing. Trust the timeline. The color returns. The functional exterior was a shell script. Underneath is a clumsy human. And that's fine, because clumsiness is connection, and superheroes are lonely. The prescription. Hold something. Tool-mediated engagement. Fall down. Ego breaker calibration. Synchronize. Band section replacement. Observe. Low voltage training. Build. Channel the energy. Feel. Stop numbing. Struggle. Stop escaping. Be clumsy. Stop performing. These are not hobbies. These are friction protocols. They are how you leave skid marks, how you carve grooves into reality, how you prove you were here. The rebalancing. This is not about quitting one thing. This is about rebalancing everything. Breaking free from all the bonds, not just the obvious ones. The sneaky ones, too. The work obsession, the perfectionism, the need to control, the inability to rest, the shopping, the scrolling, the performing, all of it, every frictionless escape. The final word. You cannot corner a car without tire resistance. You cannot leave a mark without leaving a skid mark. You cannot engage with life without friction. The addiction was ice. Recovery is asphalt. Feel the road. Grip the wheel. Leave a mark. Friction protocol. Engaged. Drag coefficient increasing. Traction restored. Bonds. Braking. System status. Rebalancing. The system architect. End of protocol 35S.C. The friction protocol. Architect's log. Installing behavioral friction, making use harder. Environmental engineering. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Edge cases. Protocol 35S.D. The edge cases. What we missed, rare loops, hidden addictions, and the universal algorithm. When any activity becomes the drug. Architect's log. We've covered the major highways: alcohol, opioids, stimulants, benzos, gambling, shopping, sex, food, workaholism, social media, gaming. But here's the uncomfortable truth. The algorithm doesn't care about the vehicle. The compulsion loop, trigger to behavior to relief, to crash to repeat, can hijack literally any activity. Ice fishing, hair pulling, fire starting, Netflix binging, stealing things you don't need, exercising until your joints fail, falling in love over and over again, reading self-help books without ever helping yourself. If it provides dopamine relief and can be repeated compulsively, it can become an addiction. This protocol addresses the edge cases, the addictions that don't make the headlines, the compulsions that seem too weird, too niche, too embarrassing to discuss, the loops that hide in plain sight because nobody thinks they're real addictions. They're real. They use the same neural architecture. They respond to the same protocols. If you found yourself here because your thing wasn't in the main manual, welcome. You're not alone. And yes, we have a protocol for that. Section 35S.D.1, the Universal Algorithm Reminder. Why any activity can become a loop. System Green, Protocol 02, Redux, the loop is the loop. Foundational principle. Go back to Protocol 02, the Universal Algorithm. Every addiction, substance, or behavioral runs the same code. Trigger to behavior to relief, to crash to repeat. The behavior slot is a variable. You can insert any activity into that slot. Cocaine, behavior equals snort cocaine. Gambling, behavior equals place bet. Ice fishing, behavior equals go ice fishing. Hair pulling, behavior equals pull hair. Netflix, behavior equals start next episode. The algorithm doesn't judge. The algorithm doesn't care if it's respectable or weird. The algorithm just runs. The 3 criteria for addiction. Any activity becomes an addiction when 1. Compulsion. You cannot stop when you want to. The urge overrides your rational decision-making. You experience discomfort/anxiety when prevented from doing it. 2. Continuation, despite harm. You keep doing it even though it's damaging your health, physical or mental. Right arrow relationships, arrow finances, right arrow career, right arrow life goals. 3. Tolerance/escalation. You need more to get the same effect. The behavior intensifies over time. What used to satisfy no longer does. If your activity meets these 3 criteria, it doesn't matter if it's heroin or ice fishing. It's running the addiction algorithm, and it responds to the same interventions. Section 35S.D.2, Body-Focused Repetitive Behaviors, BFRBs. The loops written into your skin. Critical system failure, the hidden compulsions. What are BFRBs? Body-focused repetitive behaviors are compulsive loops where the behavior targets your own body. Trichotillomania, hair pulling. Compulsive pulling of hair from scalp, eyebrows, eyelashes, body. Creates visible damage, bald patches, missing eyebrows, often done unconsciously or in trance-like states. Estimated 1 to 2% of population. Excoriation, skin picking. Compulsive picking at skin, scabs, bumps, blemishes, creates wounds, scarring, infection risk, often focused on face, arms, scalp. Frequently co-occurs with anxiety, OCD, onychophagia, nail biting. Compulsive biting of fingernails can extend to cuticles, skin around nails, creates damage, infection risk. Extremely common, 20 to 30% of population. Dermatophagia, skin biting/chewing. Compulsive biting of skin, usually fingers, creates calluses, open wounds, often co-occurs with nail biting. The shame layer. BFRBs carry intense shame because the damage is visible. People assume it's nervous habit, you should just stop. You're literally hurting yourself. It feels embarrassing to admit. It's not taken seriously as an addiction, but it is an addiction. It runs the same loop. It provides the same relief. It has the same compulsive quality. System Green, BFRB protocol. Why BFRBs develop. BFRBs typically serve as regulation mechanisms. They're often triggered by anxiety/stress, need to self-soothe, boredom, need stimulation, understimulation, sensory seeking, overstimulation, need to discharge energy, emotional flooding, need to ground. The function. The behavior provides microdoses of physical sensation, grounding, dopamine, completion of action, endorphins, mild pain to relief, focus, narrow attention, control, I can do this one thing, intervention, framework, 1, awareness, training, track when/where/what triggers the behavior. Many BFRBs happen unconsciously. Use logs, apps, or physical barriers, gloves, bandages. The goal is to move from unconscious to conscious. 2. Competing response. When urge hits, substitute a different physical action. Fist clenching, squeezing stress ball, rubbing textured object. The replacement must be incompatible with the BFRB, must provide similar sensory input. 3. Stimulus control. Modify environment to reduce triggers. Tweezers out of reach, hair pulling. Mirrors covered, skin picking. Fidget toys available, all BFRBs. 4. Address root dysregulation. What emotion/state triggers the behavior? Build alternative regulation skills. This is where protocols 06, anxiety, 07, depression, apply. Critical note: BFRBs often have genetic components. They're wired into your neurology. Just stopping is not realistic. Management and reduction is the goal, not perfection. Section 35S.D.3, Impulse Control Disorders, Kleptomania, Pyromania, and the Urge That Won't Stop. Architect's Log, The Misunderstood Impulses. Impulse Control Disorders, ICDs. These are conditions where the person cannot resist an urge to perform an action that is harmful to themselves or others. They're often misunderstood as moral failures, criminal choices, attention-seeking, things people choose to do. They're none of these. They're neurological disorders. They run on compulsion architecture, kleptomania, compulsive stealing. What it is: recurrent failure to resist urges to steal objects. Objects are not needed for personal use or monetary value. The stealing is not for anger, vengeance, or delusion. Increasing tension before the act. Pleasure, gratification, or relief during/after the act. What it is not. Stealing for profit. Stealing because you can't afford things. Shoplifting for thrill-seeking. Antisocial personality disorder. The person with kleptomania often steals items they could easily afford, feels intense shame afterward, hoards or discards or returns stolen items, does not want to steal but cannot stop. Pyromania, compulsive fire setting. What it is: deliberate fire setting on multiple occasions, tension or arousal before the act, fascination with fire, fire setting, fire paraphernalia, pleasure, gratification, or relief during/after. What it is not: arson for profit, revenge, or concealment, fire setting due to psychosis, conduct disorder, or antisocial behavior. True pyromania is extremely rare. Most fire setters do not have pyromania, but for those who do, it's a genuine compulsion. Intermittent explosive disorder, rage attacks, recurrent behavioral outbursts of aggression, grossly out of proportion to provocation, not premeditated, causes distress or impairment. This is the I blackout in rage disorder. It runs the same tension to release to relief to shame cycle. System Green, ICD intervention framework. The treatment, architecture. ICDs respond to the same framework as other addictions. 1. Professional intervention is critical. ICDs often require medication. SSR is mood stabilizers. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, is first line. Dialectical behavior therapy, DBT, for emotional regulation. This is not a self-help your way out situation. 2. Urge surfing, Protocol 03 application. The urge is a wave that peaks and passes. Do not act on the urge. Observe the urge without engaging. It will pass if you don't feed it. 3. Trigger identification. What precedes the urge? Emotional states, stress, boredom, anger. Environmental cues, seeing the object, location. Build trigger maps and avoidance strategies. 4. Competing response. When urge hits, substitute a different behavior. Kleptomania. Squeeze stress ball. Leave store immediately. Pyromania. Light candles safely. Watch fire videos. IED. Punch pillow. Cold water on face. Physical exertion. 5. Consequence. Awareness. Keep a vivid mental image of consequences. Legal consequences. Arrest, prison. Relationship consequences. Shame, loss. Physical consequences. Injury, death. Play the tape forward before acting. 6. Harm reduction. If complete abstinence isn't possible, reduce harm. Pyromania, supervised fire, fireplace, fire pit versus arson. Kleptomania, return items, make amends. IED, safe discharge, gym, heavy bag versus violence. Legal note: these disorders can have serious legal consequences. They are recognized as mental health conditions. If you struggle with these, get professional help. Document your diagnosis. It matters for legal defense. Section 35S.D.4. Workaholism and exercise addiction. The respectable addictions. Society rewards. Critical system failure. The addictions nobody treats. The trap of respectability. Some addictions are rewarded by society. This makes them incredibly dangerous. Because nobody tells you to stop, everyone tells you you're doing great. Workaholism. Definition: compulsive work despite negative consequences to health, relationships, and overall life quality. The signs: working 60, 70, 80 plus hours regularly, unable to take vacation without anxiety, checking email constantly, nights, weekends, vacation, identity fully fused with job/productivity, relationships suffering or non-existent, health declining, sleep, weight, stress markers, using work to avoid emotions, relationships, self, withdrawal symptoms when not working, anxiety, restlessness. The enablement: he's so dedicated. She's going places. Promotions, bonuses, praise, American hustle culture worship. I'll rest when I'm dead mythology. The reality: heart disease, stroke, early death, divorce, estranged children, no identity outside work, retirement equals collapse, nothing left. Exercise addiction. Definition: compulsive exercise despite injury, illness, or life impairment. The signs: exercising through injury or illness, panic/anxiety when unable to exercise, multiple workouts per day, exercise taking priority over relationships, work, rest, never enough, always need more, body dysmorphia or disordered eating co-occurring, using exercise to earn food or punish eating, withdrawal symptoms, anxiety, irritability, depression. The enablement: so disciplined, body goals, social media fitness culture, gym culture reinforcement. At least it's a healthy addiction. The reality: stress fractures, joint destruction, hormonal dysfunction, amenorrhea, low testosterone, heart damage, overtraining, eating disorder spiral, social isolation, system green, treating the respectable addictions. The challenge: how do you treat an addiction that society celebrates? How do you quit something that pays your bills? How do you reduce something that keeps you healthy? The framework: 1. Recognize the compulsion. The question isn't, is it productive? The question is, can I stop when I want to? The question is, am I doing this freely or compulsively? If you can't take a rest day, that's not discipline, it's compulsion. If you can't leave work at 5 p.m., that's not dedication, it's compulsion. 2. Identify what you're avoiding. Workaholism often masks relationship issues, emotional pain, emptiness. Exercise addiction often masks body image issues, control needs, anxiety. The activity is the anesthesia. What would you have to feel if you stopped? 3. Build identity beyond the behavior. I am more than my job. I am more than my body. Who are you without the work, without the gym? This is terrifying. Do it anyway. 4. Scheduled rest, non-negotiable. Workaholism: 1 full day per week with no work. Period. Exercise addiction: rest days are part of training, not failure. Put boundaries in calendar. Treat them like meetings. 5. Harm reduction. Metrics: workaholism, cap hours, 50 max, no email after 8 p.m. Exercise: limit to 1 hour, take 2 rest days per week. Track and hold yourself accountable. 6. Therapy for underlying issues. Both conditions often co-occur with anxiety, trauma, control issues. The behavior is a symptom, not the root. Professional help is often necessary. The hard truth: healthy addictions are still addictions. Society rewarding your compulsion doesn't make it less destructive. Your collapsed marriage, destroyed body, and empty life don't care how many promotions or PR records you achieved. Section 35 S.D.5, Love and Relationship Addiction, Codependency, Limerence, and the High of Another Person. Architect's Log, When Love is the Drug. The most socially acceptable addiction. Songs celebrate it. Movies romanticize it. Society calls it love. But there's a difference between loving someone and being addicted to someone. Love addiction/relationship. Addiction. Definition: compulsive pattern of seeking romantic relationships or romantic intensity to regulate emotional states. Forms it takes. 1. Serial monogamy addiction. Cannot be alone, must always be in a relationship. Overlapping relationships, new one before old ends. Identity dependent on being with someone. Panic/depression when single. 2. Limerence addiction. Addicted to the high of infatuation, craves the obsessive early phase of love, loses interest when relationship stabilizes, chases the falling in love neurochemical rush. 3. Codependency. Compulsive need to caretake/rescue others. Identity defined by being needed. Attracts/attracted to dysfunctional partners, enabling behavior that harms both parties. Cannot leave even toxic relationships. 4. Fantasy relationship addiction. Living in imagined relationships, celebrities, unavailable people. Parasocial relationships as primary connection. Romance novels/media as substitute for real intimacy. The neurochemistry. Early romantic love produces dopamine, reward, craving. Norepinephrine, excitement, focus. Serotonin, decrease, obsessive thinking. Oxytocin, bonding. This cocktail is identical to cocaine plus heroin. You are literally getting high on another person. When the relationship ends, you withdraw. This is not metaphor. This is neuroscience. Critical system failure, the relationship loop. The cycle. 1. Fantasy/seeking. Idealization of potential partner. Obsessive thinking, planning. Building the perfect relationship in your head. 2. Pursuit/acquisition. The chase. Dopamine flooding during pursuit. Winning the person equals massive reward. 3. Honeymoon/limerence. Neurochemical explosion. Cannot think of anything else. Sleep disruption. Appetite changes. This is the one. 4. Stabilization. Neurochemistry normalizes. Real person replaces fantasy person. Boredom sets in, actually just normal. Flaws become visible. 5. Dissatisfaction/seeking. Fantasy of someone new. Grass is greener thinking. Emotional or physical affair. Or manufactured drama to recreate intensity. 6. End/withdrawal. Relationship ends. Devastating withdrawal. Obsessive thinking about X. Return to step 1 with new target. The damage. Serial broken relationships. Children from multiple partners. Financial devastation. Divorce. Support. Unable to form stable attachment. Never developing deep intimacy. Using people as drugs. Profound loneliness despite constant relationships. Codependency, specific damage. Enabling addicts/abusers. Staying in dangerous relationships. Children exposed to dysfunction. Complete loss of self. Resentment, martyrdom, collapse. System green, love, addiction, recovery protocol. The intervention framework. 1. Abstinence period. Yes, really. 6 to 12 months of no new romantic relationships. No dating, no apps, no just seeing what's out there. This is withdrawal. It will be painful. You need to learn to exist without the drug. 2. Build self-relationship. Who are you when not in a relationship? What do you like, want, need? Learn to meet your own emotional needs. Develop independent identity. 3. Inventory relationship history. List all significant relationships. Identify patterns. Same type of person, same dynamics. What were you seeking? What were you avoiding? This is Protocol 04, root cause, applied to relationships. 4. Address underlying attachment wounds. Most love addiction traces to childhood attachment. Anxious attachment leads to clings, fears, abandonment. Avoidant attachment leads to sabotages, fears intimacy. Disorganized attachment leads to chaos, hot/cold. Therapy is essential here. 5. Build non-romantic connections. Friendships, same and opposite sex. Family relationships, healthy ones. Community, groups, activities, purpose. Learn that connection is not equal to romance. 6. Slow dating protocol, post-abstinence. No physical intimacy for first month. No I love you for first 3 months. No moving in for first year. The goal is to let neurochemistry settle. You cannot assess compatibility while high. Resources. Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, SLAA. Codependence Anonymous, CODE. Facing Love Addiction by Pia Melody. Attached by Amir Levine, Attachment Styles. Therapy specializing in attachment/relationships. Section 35 S.D.6. Passive consumption addictions. Netflix, doom scrolling, and the endless content hole. Architect's Log, the infinite scroll trap. The modern addiction. Nobody talks about. You're not doing drugs, you're not gambling, you're not even shopping. You're just watching, scrolling, consuming. Hours pass, days pass, life passes. Passive consumption, addiction, Netflix/streaming binging. One more episode for 8 hours. Watching shows you don't even like. Using streaming to avoid life. Sleep deprivation from late-night watching. Withdrawal symptoms, restlessness, boredom. Without it. Doom scrolling/social media. Endless scroll through negative news. Hours on Twitter/X. Reddit, TikTok. Checking phone compulsively. Anxiety increases but can't stop. FOMO driving behavior. YouTube/video rabbit holes. I'll just watch one video. 4 hours later. Autoplay trapping attention. Learning nothing, just consuming. Podcast/audiobook addiction. Must always have content in ears. Cannot tolerate silence. Using audio to avoid thoughts. The architecture. These platforms are engineered for addiction. Variable reward, slot machine psychology. Autoplay removes decision point. Infinite scroll, no natural stopping point. Personalization, always relevant content. Social validation, likes, comments. You're not weak. You're fighting a billion-dollar industry, designed by the smartest people in the world to capture and hold your attention. The damage, time theft, hours/days/years. Sleep deprivation, attention span destruction. Comparison depression, social media. Anxiety increase, doom scrolling. Life unlived. System green, reclaiming attention protocol. The intervention framework. 1. Audit your consumption. Use screen time tracking built into phones. Most people are shocked by their numbers. 4, 6, 8+ hours per day is common. Calculate. Hours per week times 52 equals hours per year lost. 2. Identify the function. What am I avoiding? What emotion am I numbing? What would I have to face if I stopped? Usually, boredom, loneliness, anxiety, emptiness. 3. Create friction. Protocol 35 S.C application. Remove apps from phone. Use browser only. Log out after each session. Turn off autoplay. Use website blockers. Freedom cold turkey. Put phone in another room. Charge phone outside bedroom. 4. Replace with active engagement. Passive consumption to active creation. Watching to doing. Scrolling to building. The variety menu, protocol 35S.C applies here. 5. Schedule consumption. Consumption is not forbidden, it's bounded. I watch Netflix 7 to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday. I check social media 3 times a day for 10 minutes. Timer. Hard stop. No negotiation. 6. Tolerance for boredom. Boredom is not an emergency. Boredom is the space where creativity lives. Practice sitting with nothing to consume. This is uncomfortable. It's supposed to be. Your brain will recalibrate. Gray phase applies. 7. Digital Sabbath. 1 day per week. No screens or minimal. Radical but effective. Forces engagement with physical reality. Watch how hard this is. That's diagnostic. The goal: intentional consumption, not compulsive consumption. You choose what to watch and when. The algorithm doesn't choose for you. Section 35 S.D.7. The weird ones: ice fishing, hobby obsession, and when anything becomes everything. Architect's log. Yes, even that can be an addiction. The question that brought you here: can insert seemingly harmless activity be an addiction? Ice fishing, golf, collecting, stamps, coins, sneakers, Funko Pops, gardening, bird watching, fantasy sports, reading, puzzle games, organizing, cleaning. The answer: yes, if it meets the 3 criteria. 1. Compulsion. Can't stop when you want to. 2. Continuation despite harm. 3. Tolerance/escalation. Then it's running the addiction algorithm. The ice fishing example. Ice fishing is a perfectly healthy hobby. Solitude, nature, patience, skill. Ice fishing. Addiction looks like spending every possible moment on the ice, missing work to ice fish, neglecting family. I'll be back in a few hours to 12 hours later. Spending money you don't have on gear, going out in dangerous conditions, using ice fishing to avoid problems/emotions, withdrawal symptoms, irritability, restlessness when not fishing. Escalation: more time, more trips, more gear. The pattern. This applies to any hobby that has escalated beyond reasonable limits, begun damaging relationships, work, health, finances, become the primary coping mechanism, lost the choice quality, now compulsive. The insight: the activity itself is neutral. The relationship to the activity is the issue. A healthy hobby enriches life. An addictive hobby replaces life. System green, hobby rebalancing protocol. The diagnostic questions. Ask yourself honestly. 1. Can I choose to not do this for a week without distress? 2. Do I do this instead of dealing with problems? 3. Has this activity damaged relationships, work, health, or finances? 4. Do I hide how much time/money I spend on this? 5. Do I think about this constantly when not doing it? 6. Has the time/money spent escalated over time? 7. Do I feel withdrawal, irritability, anxiety when I can't do it? If yes to 3+ questions, then this may be compulsive. The intervention. 1. Boundaries, not elimination. The goal isn't to quit ice fishing. The goal is to ice fish in balance. Set specific limits. Ice fishing Saturday morning only. Budget limits. X dollars per month on gear. Period. 2. Integrate. Don't isolate. Bring family/friends into the hobby. If they can't participate, schedule time for them. Hobby should aid to relationships, not replace them. 3. Examine the escape. What am I avoiding when I do this? What would I have to face if I couldn't escape? Address the root, not just the symptom. 4. Diversify. One hobby. Taking all resources equals vulnerable. Multiple interests equals balanced portfolio. What else brings you joy? Do that too. 5. The uptime check. Is this hobby adding to your uptime, life quality, or is it consuming your uptime? A hobby should be a line item in life, not the budget. Remember, the hobby isn't the enemy. The compulsion is the enemy. You can love ice fishing and have a balanced life. The two are not mutually exclusive. Section 35 S.D.8. The Foundation. Know your hardware. MTHFR, COMT, and why your neurology matters. Critical system failure. The missing piece. Critical notice. This supplemental manual, Protocols 01 to 35 plus supplements, covers the software of recovery. But you also have hardware, your neurology, your genetics, your methylation pathways, your neurotransmitter processing. The Recovery, Kernel. Chapters 1 to 8/kernels 1 to 4, available on Amazon. The original Recovery Kernel book addresses MTHFR gene variants, methylenitetrahydrofolate reductase, affects folate metabolism, impacts neurotransmitter synthesis. Common variants, C677T, A1298C, affects 30 to 40% of population. If you have MTHFR variants, you may process B vitamins differently, have altered neurotransmitter levels, be more susceptible to depression, anxiety, need methylated B vitamins, methylfolate, methyl B12, COMT gene variants, catechol O-methyltransferase, breaks down dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine. Val/Val equals fast breakdown, warrior. Met/Met equals slow breakdown, worrier. Val/Met equals intermediate. If you have COMT variants, you may process stress differently, respond differently to stimulants/substances, have different optimal supplementation needs, need tailored recovery approach. Why this matters. 2 people can run the same recovery protocol and get different results because their hardware is different. Knowing your MTHFR and COMT status allows you to customize your recovery. This is not optional information. This is foundation-level architecture. System Green, accessing the foundation. The Recovery Kernel Original Book, available on Amazon. Contents: Kernel 1, The Methylation Foundation. Understanding MTHFR variants. Testing and interpretation. Supplementation protocols. Diet modifications. Kernel 2, The COMT Architecture. Understanding catecholamine processing. Warrior versus warrior profiles. Implications for substance use. Tailored recovery approaches. Kernel 3, The Neurotransmitter Matrix. Dopamine, serotonin, GABA, glutamate. How substances hijack these systems. Natural support and restoration. Testing and optimization. Kernel 4, The Integration Protocol. Combining genetic insights with recovery. Building your personalized protocol. Long-term maintenance. Working with practitioners. Chapters 1 to 8, The Complete Foundation. Detailed explanations. Case studies. Protocols and worksheets. Resource guides. How to use. 1. Get tested. 23andMe, Ancestry, DNA, or medical genetic testing. Run raw data through interpretation services. Or order specific MTHFR/COMT testing. 2. Read the kernel book. Understand your specific variants. Apply the tailored protocols. 3. Integrate with this manual. Protocols 01 to 35 equals software. Kernels 1 to 4 equals hardware. Both together equals complete system. Search the Recovery Kernel on Amazon. The software protocols in this manual will work better when you understand your hardware. Section 35S.D.9, the Edge Case Master Table. Condition, type, core protocol, supplemental protocols, trichotillomania, BFRB, 02, algorithm, 03, urge, 06, anxiety, skin picking, BFRB, 02, algorithm, 03, urge, 06, anxiety, nail biting, BFRB, 02, algorithm, 03, urge, competing response, kleptomania, ICD-02, algorithm, 03, urge, professional treatment required, pyromania, ICD-02, algorithm, 03, urge, professional treatment required, intermittent explosive, ICD-02, algorithm, 03, urge, 06, anxiety, DBT, workaholism, behavioral, 0211, optimize, 35S.C, friction, 35S.B, identity, exercise addiction, behavioral, 0211, optimize, 35S.C, friction, rest protocol, love/relationship addiction, behavioral, 0208, social, 22, family, attachment treatment, codependency, behavioral, 0208, social, 22, family, coda, boundaries, Netflix/streaming, passive, 02, algorithm, 35S.C, friction, screen limits, doom scrolling, passive, 02, algorithm, 35S.C, friction, digital Sabbath, hobby obsession, behavioral, 02 algorithm, 35S.C friction, boundaries. Collecting addiction, behavioral, 02 algorithm. 10 financial, boundaries. Section 35S.D.10 the verdict, architect's log. Final transmission, the edge cases. You came here because your thing wasn't in the main manual. Hair pulling, compulsive stealing, working until you collapse, falling in love over and over, ice fishing until your marriage ends, scrolling until you forget what year it is. And you wondered, is this real? Is this an addiction? Am I broken? The answer's, yes, it's real. Yes, it can be an addiction. No, you're not broken. The algorithm doesn't care about the vehicle. The loop is the loop is the loop. Trigger to behavior, to relief, to crash, to repeat. Whether that behavior slot contains heroin, ice fishing, hair pulling, falling in love, working 80 hours, watching Netflix. The architecture is the same. The neurology is the same. The intervention is the same. What this means for you: 1. You're not alone. Every edge case has others who share it. Support groups exist for almost everything. You are not uniquely broken. 2. The protocols apply. Protocol 02, universal algorithm, works for all loops. Protocol 03, urge surfing, works for all urges. Protocol 35S.C, friction, works for all escape behaviors. 3. Professional help may be needed. Some edge cases, ICDs, BFRBs, need specialized treatment. Medication can be helpful. Therapy is often essential. This isn't weakness, it's appropriate care. 4. Recovery is possible. These conditions are treatable. Not always curable, but manageable. Reduction of harm is still recovery. Progress, not perfection. The foundation. And remember, this supplemental manual addresses the software. For the hardware, your MTHFR, your COMT, your neurogenetics, refer to the recovery kernel. Original book, chapters 1 to 8, kernels 1 to 4, available on Amazon. Software plus hardware equals complete system. You need both. The final word: your addiction may be rare. Your addiction may be embarrassing. Your addiction may be something you've never told anyone. It doesn't matter. The loop is the loop. The recovery is the recovery. The protocols are the protocols. You are not your edge case. You are the system that can override the edge case. You are the administrator who can break the loop. You are the architect who can rebuild the architecture. Welcome to the edge. Now let's walk you back to the center. Edge case protocol. Acknowledged. Rare addictions. Validated. Universal algorithm. Confirmed. Recovery pathway. Active. Hardware foundation. Referenced. System status. Comprehensive. The system architect. For the hardware foundation, search the recovery kernel on Amazon, chapters 1 to 8 / kernels 1 to 4. MTHFR and COMT self-identification. End of protocol. 35S.D the edge cases. What we missed, now covered. Architect's log, uncommon addictions, BFRBs, ICDs, kleptomania, trichotillomania, the outliers. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Trip insurance and assurance. Protocol 36. Trip insurance and assurance. The ledger migration. Capital transfer from a failing startup to a secure enterprise. Architect's log. Let's talk about cloud providers. Specifically, let's talk about what kind of vendor you would never entrust your mission-critical infrastructure to. Picture this vendor. Downtime, regular unscheduled outages, they get arrested. Latency, hours waiting for service response, parking lot at 11 p.m. Security breaches, product purity varies wildly, cut with fentanyl. No SLA, zero contractual reliability guarantees. Price volatility, rates spike without warning. Single point of failure. When they go down, your system crashes. Data loss, product quality degrades over time. No redundancy, no backup supplier, no failover. Zero regulatory compliance. Operating outside all frameworks. Would you host your enterprise on this infrastructure? Would you run your business through this vendor? Would any competent architect approve this design? No. Yet this is exactly the vendor you've been using. To manage your neurochemistry, your dealer is an unstable cloud provider, and you've been treating them like a bank, depositing cash for an experience, expecting returns, trusting supply stability. This protocol will show you the true economics of this high-risk, zero-yield institution and give you the migration path to a secure enterprise, the self, the system architect. Module 36.1, the vendor lock-in scam, trip assurance, the lie of supply stability, system alert, vendor lock-in architecture. The scam. Your dealer operates on the vendor lock-in model. In enterprise software, vendor lock-in means proprietary systems that don't interoperate, high switching costs designed to trap you, dependency on a single supplier, loss of negotiating power. The vendor controls the price because they control the supply. Sound familiar? The dealer's lock-in mechanics. 1. Proprietary product. Your brain has calibrated to their specific supply. Different vendors equals different cuts equals unpredictable effects. You're locked into their platform. 2. High switching costs. Finding new supply equals risk, exposure, uncertainty. Withdrawal equals system crash. You can't easily migrate. 3. Single supplier dependency. When they're unavailable, you crash. Their schedule becomes your emergency. Their arrest becomes your crisis. 4. Loss of negotiating power. Sick, price goes up. Desperate, price goes up. Loyal customer, price still goes up. You have zero leverage once you're locked in. The assurance lie. My guy is reliable. I always know where to get it. My supply is stable. This is trip assurance. The belief that the vendor network is stable. It is a lie. Critical system failure. Supply chain shock. What happens when the vendor goes down? Enterprise architects call this a supply chain shock, a disruption that cascades through dependent systems. Your supply chain. Shock scenarios. Scenario 1. Vendor arrest. Your dealer gets picked up. Immediate. Zero supply. Zero warning. Your system enters emergency state. You're now a desperate buyer in an unknown market. Risk profile. Catastrophic. Scenario 2. Vendor relocation. They move, change numbers, disappear. Supply chain. Broken. No forwarding address for illegal operations. You're starting over with unknown suppliers. Scenario 3. Price spike. Upstream supply issues hit your price. $60 becomes $100 becomes $150. Your budget? Shattered. Your options: pay more, use less, crash. Scenario 4. Product degradation, packet loss, quality drops, cuts increase, purity plummets. Same price, less product, more danger. Your reliable supply is now a lottery ticket. What worked yesterday might kill you today. Scenario 5. Vendor network deterioration. Dealers age out, get arrested, die, disappear. Supply networks are entropy machines. They don't improve over time, they degrade. Your stable connection has a shelf life. You have no redundancy. You have no failover. You have no backup. When they go down, you go down. This is not infrastructure. This is a house of cards. Supply chain risk, probability, impact, your mitigation. Vendor arrest, high, inevitable. Total supply loss, none. Price spike, certain, ongoing. Budget destruction, none. Quality degradation, certain, ongoing. Health/death risk, none. Vendor disappearance, moderate. Supply chain restart, none. Fentanyl contamination, high, epidemic. Death, none. Module 36.2, the diminishing returns curve. Trip insurance, the failure of expected returns. Critical system failure, negative ROI. The insurance lie, at least I know what I'm getting. It always works. I can count on the experience. This is trip insurance. The belief that the product will deliver consistent returns. It is a lie. The economics of tolerance. Year 1, the honeymoon ROI. Investment, $20. Return, 100% euphoria, 8 hours of relief. ROI, exceptional. Conclusion, this is the best investment I've ever made. Year 2, the diminishing returns. Investment, $40, same product amount. Return, 70% euphoria, 5 hours of effect. ROI, declining. Conclusion, I just need a little more. Year 3, the maintenance phase. Investment, $80. Return, 40% euphoria, just avoiding withdrawal. ROI, negative, paying to feel normal. Conclusion, I can't function without it. Year 5, the sunk cost trap. Investment, $200 plus. Return, 10% normalcy, constant withdrawal fear. ROI, catastrophic. Conclusion, I've invested too much to quit now. The tolerance tax. You are paying more for less. Every transaction is worse than the last. The product is failing. The insurance policy never pays out. Timeline, investment, return, euphoria. ROI, status. Initial, $20, 100%, plus 400%. Honeymoon, 6 months, $40, 80%, plus 100%. Declining, 1 year, $60, 60%, minus 20%. Negative, 2 years, $100, 40%, minus 60%. Maintenance, 3+ years, $200 plus. 10 to 20%, avoiding sick, minus 90%. Sunk cost trap. System alert, the sunk cost fallacy. The financial psychology trap. I've already invested so much. I can't waste what I've put in. If I quit now, it was all for nothing. This is the sunk cost fallacy, continuing to invest in a losing position because you've already invested so much. Sunk cost logic, in addiction. I've spent $50,000 on this over 5 years. I've sacrificed relationships, jobs, health. If I quit now, all that suffering was pointless. I might as well keep going. The reframe. Those costs are already gone. They are not recoverable. They should not influence future decisions. The only question is, what is the best investment from this point forward? The answer is never. Keep investing in a failing startup. You are not wasting your past investment by quitting. You are cutting losses on a failing enterprise. You are relocating capital to a secure investment. You are making the decision a rational investor would make. Every dollar you spend from today forward has the same choice. Invest in the failing startup, addiction. Invest in the secure enterprise, self. Past losses don't change this math. Only future allocation does. Critical system failure, the polypharmacy cascade. What happens when the product stops working? When ROI goes negative, users don't quit. They diversify into other failing startups. The cascade. Stage 1. Primary tolerance. Main substance stops delivering returns. I need something to boost it. Stage 2. Potentiator addition. Add alcohol to opioids. Add benzos to stimulants. This combination works better. Stage 3. Polypharmacy. Multiple substances, multiple dependencies, multiple withdrawal profiles, exponentially increased risk. I need all of them to function. Stage 4. Russian roulette. Unpredictable interactions. Fentanyl contamination. Respiratory depression. Cardiac events. Death. You didn't start here. You arrived here chasing ROI that no longer exists. Diversifying into failing investments doesn't create a profitable portfolio. It creates a catastrophic loss event. Module 36.3. The economic reality, the true cost-benefit analysis. Architect's log, the real ledger. Let's look at the actual books. Every dollar you've spent on addiction was an investment in a failing startup. Characteristics of a failing startup. Burns cash without generating sustainable returns. Requires increasing capital infusion to maintain. Promises future returns that never materialize. Leadership, your dealer, has no fiduciary duty to you. Exit strategy. There isn't one by design. Investors, you, trapped by sunk costs. Meanwhile, the secure enterprise, the self, sat unfunded. Health account, depleted. Relationship account, depleted. Career account, depleted. Savings account, depleted. Future self account, depleted. Every transaction was a capital transfer from your secure enterprise to a failing startup. The dealer wasn't your guy. The dealer was a bad investment. The system architect, investment target, 5-year cost, 5-year return. Net value, addiction, conservative $50 per week, $13,000 plus. Declining euphoria, tolerance, health damage, minus $13,000 plus damages. Addiction, moderate $100 per week, $26,000 plus. Same as above, minus $26,000 plus damages. Addiction, heavy, $200 per week, $52,000 plus. Same as above, minus $52,000 plus damages. High-yield savings, same capital, $13,000 to $52,000, $15,000 to $60,000 with interest, plus $2,000 to $8,000 growth. Module 36.4, the ledger migration, the capital transfer protocol from failing startup to secure enterprise. System green, the sovereignty fund. The strategy: treat recovery as a capital transfer. Every craving is not just a neurological event, it is a proposed transaction. Your addicted brain is submitting a purchase order. Previously, you approved every purchase order. Now you're implementing procurement controls. The shadow transaction. Protocol: when a craving hits, the urge to buy, you execute a shadow transaction. 1. Identify the proposed transaction. What would you have spent? Be specific. $40, $60, $100, $200. 2. Execute the shadow transaction. Open your bank app immediately. Transfer that exact amount from checking to a separate savings account. Label this account the Sovereignty Fund. 3. Confirm the transfer. Watch the money move. See the balance increase. This is capital migration in real time. 4. Log the transaction. Date, amount, what you would have bought. This is your recovery ledger. The psychology: you're not resisting a craving. You're redirecting a transaction. The money was going to move anyway. You're just changing the destination from failing startup, dealer, to secure enterprise, self. System green, future nostalgia. The visualization: close your eyes. Picture yourself in 12 months. You open your bank app. You look at the Sovereignty Fund. If you transferred $50 per week for a year, balance $2,600 plus. If you transferred $100 per week for a year, balance $5,200 plus. If you transferred $200 per week for a year, balance $10,400 plus. That money is not burnt capital. It is stored potential. What does future you see when they look at that balance? Emergency fund, security. Down payment, stability. Investment seed, growth. Proof of capability, self-trust. Evidence of transformation, identity. Every shadow transaction is a deposit into your future self's account. The compound interest of recovery. Money compounds, health compounds, trust compounds, capability compounds. Every day clean is a day your assets grow, and the failing startup's claim on you decreases. This is not deprivation. This is portfolio rebalancing. System green, the migration protocol, step-by-step implementation. 1. Open the Sovereignty Fund. Open a new high-yield savings account. Name it Sovereignty Fund or Freedom Account. Make it accessible but slightly inconvenient. This is your capital migration destination. 2. Calculate your burn rate. How much were you spending per week? Be honest. Include everything. This is your baseline transfer amount. 3. Set up automatic transfers. Weekly auto transfer of your burn rate. This happens whether you crave or not. The money moves. The destination changes. 4. Execute shadow transactions on craving. Every craving equals additional transfer. The craving is the trigger to move money. Transform the urge into action. Different action, same energy. 5. Maintain the recovery ledger. Track every shadow transaction. Watch the total grow. This is your proof of migration. 6. Celebrate milestones. $500. First quarter of freedom. $1,000. Your system is working. $2,500. 6 months of redirected capital. $5,000. 1 year of sovereignty. The psychological hack. You're not fighting cravings. You're monetizing them. Every craving becomes a deposit. The stronger the craving, the bigger the deposit. Your addiction is now funding your recovery. Module 36.5. The New Vendor. Architect's Log. You are the new vendor. The infrastructure upgrade. You've been outsourcing your neurochemistry to an unstable cloud provider. Time to bring it in-house. You are now your own vendor. You supply your own dopamine. You manage your own infrastructure. The new Service Level Agreement, SLA. Uptime, 24/7. You're always available to yourself. Latency, 0. No waiting in parking lots. Security, maximum. No unknown cuts. Reliability, guaranteed you won't arrest yourself. Price, fixed. Effort, not cash. Quality, improving over time, not degrading. The new supply chain. Exercise, endogenous endorphins. Connection, endogenous oxytocin. Achievement, endogenous dopamine. Rest, endogenous serotonin. Purpose, endogenous meaning. This supply chain has no vendor lock-in, no price volatility, no supply chain shock risk, no diminishing returns if managed correctly. Infinite scalability. The migration is complete. From external vendor, unstable, predatory, failing, to internal operations, stable, sovereign, growing. You are no longer a customer. You are the enterprise, the system architect. Module 36.6. Key takeaways. System Green. Protocol 36. Key takeaways. 1. Your dealer is an unstable cloud provider. Downtime, arrest, latency, waiting, security breaches, cuts. No SLA, no redundancy, no failover. You would never run a business on this infrastructure. 2. Vendor lock-in is the business model. They control supply. They control price. High switching costs keep you trapped. Your loyalty earns you nothing. 3. Supply chain. Shock is inevitable. Dealers get arrested, disappear, die. Prices spike, quality degrades. You have zero mitigation. 4. Trip insurance is a lie. Tolerance guarantees diminishing returns. You will pay more for less. The product is designed to fail. 5. Sunk costs are already gone. Past investment should not dictate future allocation. The only question, what's the best investment now? Answer, the secure enterprise, self. 6. Execute shadow transactions. Every craving equals proposed transaction. Redirect the capital to the sovereignty fund. Transform cravings into deposits. Monetize your recovery. 7. You are the new vendor. Bring neurochemistry in-house. You supply your own dopamine. Infinite scalability, zero lock-in. The migration is complete. Architect's log, final transmission. The bottom line, you've been depositing money into a high-risk, zero-yield institution, expecting returns from a failing startup, trusting supply stability from an unstable vendor. The economics never worked. The business model was designed to trap you. The product was designed to fail. Every dollar you spent was capital flight. From the secure enterprise of self to the failing startup of addiction. Starting today, the capital flows reverse. Every craving is a proposed transaction. Every shadow transaction is a redirected investment. Every deposit to the sovereignty fund is proof that you are migrating to stable infrastructure. The ledger, migration, from customer of predatory vendor 2. Sovereign operator of internal systems. From investor in failing startup. 2. Builder of secure enterprise. From depleting capital. 2. Compounding assets. The dealer was never your guy. The dealer was a bad investment. You are the investment now. You are the enterprise. You are the vendor, the customer, and the product. Fund accordingly. Capital transfer. Protocol. Engaged. Sovereignty. Fund activated. Ledger migration in progress. System status securing. The system architect. End of protocol. 36. Trip insurance and assurance. The ledger migration. Architect's log. Psychedelic safety protocols. Integration support. Bad trip navigation. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Substance masking analysis. Protocol 37. Substance masking analysis. The chemical proxy, understanding why the system seeks override. Architect's log. From the architect's perspective, a substance is never just a drug. It is a chemical override command designed to mask a critical hardware failure. When the underlying hardware, the chassis, sends a high-priority pain interrupt, the admin, prefrontal cortex, often lacks the resources to fix the root cause. The system then executes a masking protocol using external substances to keep operations running. This is not a character flaw. This is engineering logic. The system is trying to survive. Every substance has a specific attractiveness profile because it addresses a specific hardware or software deficit. A person does not seek out fentanyl because they want to crash the system. They seek it because the background noise of a chronic injury has become a constant, high-voltage signal that the system can no longer process through normal channels. If you want to understand substance use, you must first understand the hardware failure it is attempting to patch. Section 37.1. The override map. The following diagnostic matrix maps each substance class to its primary masking function and the underlying hardware failure it typically indicates. This is not a moral framework, it is a troubleshooting guide. Substance class, attractiveness factor, system masking target, hardware failure point, opioids/fentanyl, total sensory muting, physical agony and despair, masking unhealed structural damage, chronic nerve fire, or deep emotional trauma stored in the body. Broken bones, spinal injuries, surgical sites that never reached system-ready status, or unprocessed grief/trauma. Stimulants, cocaine/methamphetamine, artificial overclocking, exhaustion and inadequacy, masking a depleted energy buffer, burnout, or chronically low dopamine baselines. Adrenal fatigue, severe sleep debt, chronic malnutrition, or ADHD-related dopamine deficits. Alcohol, emotional numbing/low bandwidth mode, anxiety and social friction, masking a hyperreactive threat detection system or environmental sensory overload. Chronic cortisol elevation, gastrointestinal inflammation, nervous system dysregulation, social anxiety. Benzodiazepines, forced system standby. Panic and terror, masking an always-on fear state, or the inability to initiate natural sleep cycles. Dysregulated HPA axis, stress response, GABA receptor depletion, trauma-induced hypervigilance, cannabis, selective signal filtering, hypervigilance and overload, masking the system's inability to filter environmental or emotional inputs, chronic low-level inflammation, sensory processing difficulties, anxiety-driven rumination loops. Critical, masking not equal to repair. Chemical overrides suppress symptom signals without addressing root causes. Extended masking accelerates hardware degradation, while the underlying failure continues to compound. The system's preference for a specific override is diagnostic information. It reveals which subsystem is failing. Section 37.2, the diagnostic framework. To eliminate the need for chemical overrides, you must repair the hardware failures that make them attractive. The substance is never the core problem. It is a symptom report. 37.2.1 Structural Integrity Assessment. Unhealed physical injuries represent the primary pipeline to high-risk substance use, particularly opioids. When a bone is improperly set, a ligament remains untreated, or a surgical site never fully recovers, the system generates persistent background noise, a constant pain signal that eventually overwhelms normal coping mechanisms. Audit all past injuries. Fractures, sprains, surgeries, repetitive strain. Identify chronic pain sources that were managed rather than resolved. Prioritize physical therapy, corrective procedures, or specialist consultation for unresolved structural issues. 37.2.2 Sensory System Diagnostics. The chassis relies on accurate sensory input to navigate its environment. When sensory hardware degrades, often gradually and unnoticed, the system experiences a persistent low-grade distress signal. The user cannot identify why they feel off, only that something is wrong. This diffuse discomfort becomes a prime target for chemical masking. Architect's log. A user who cannot see clearly experiences constant cognitive strain as the visual processing unit struggles to compensate. A user with untreated hearing loss develops social anxiety and isolation. The system cannot parse conversations, so it avoids them. A user with chronic dental pain or infection carries an inflammatory load that affects mood, cognition, and sleep. None of these users know why they feel terrible. They only know that substances make the feeling stop. Sensory diagnostics are not optional maintenance. They are primary system integrity checks. Vision testing. Uncorrected vision issues create constant background strain. The visual processing system consumes significant cognitive resources when operating outside design parameters. Undiagnosed astigmatism causes headaches, eye strain, and difficulty with screens, often masked with analgesics or sedatives. Light sensitivity, photophobia, may indicate migraines, autoimmune conditions, or neurological issues. Users often self-medicate with cannabis or opioids for the associated headaches. Convergence insufficiency, eyes not tracking together, causes reading difficulties and fatigue, frequently misdiagnosed as ADHD and treated with stimulants. Baseline requirement, full optometric exam including peripheral vision, depth perception, and binocular function, not just the basic read the chart screening. Hearing testing. Hearing loss is among the most underdiagnosed sensory deficits, particularly in younger users who assume it only affects the elderly. Even mild hearing loss creates significant cognitive load. Difficulty following conversations in noisy environments leads to social withdrawal and anxiety, often masked with alcohol or benzodiazepines to relax in social settings. Tinnitus, ringing in ears, creates persistent sensory noise that disrupts sleep and concentration. Users may seek sedatives or cannabis for relief. Auditory processing disorders can coexist with normal hearing acuity. The ear hears, but the brain struggles to parse speech from background noise. Baseline requirement. Audiometric exam including speech discrimination testing, not just pure tone screening. Dental and oral health. Dental issues are a critical and frequently overlooked driver of substance use. The mouth contains some of the highest densities of nerve endings in the body, and dental infections can create system-wide inflammatory cascades. Untreated cavities and abscesses generate constant pain signals. This is one of the most direct pipelines to opioid dependence. Gum disease, periodontitis, creates chronic low-grade inflammation linked to depression, cardiovascular issues, and cognitive decline. TMJ dysfunction causes headaches, jaw pain, ear pain, and sleep disruption, often misattributed to stress and masked with muscle relaxants or alcohol. Tooth sensitivity to temperature or pressure signals enamel erosion or exposed nerves, creates avoidance behaviors around eating that compound malnutrition. Baseline requirement: full dental exam including X-rays to detect hidden abscesses, periodontal assessment, and TMJ evaluation. Critical: sensory debt compounds. The longer sensory issues go unaddressed, the more the system adapts around them, and adaptation is not the same as repair. A user who has spent years straining to see, hear, or manage dental pain has built behavioral and chemical coping mechanisms that will not simply disappear when the underlying issue is corrected. Addressing the sensory hardware is necessary but not sufficient. The masking behaviors require their own decommissioning protocol. 37.2.3. The metabolic buffer. Power supply status. Proper nutrition and hydration function as the system's power supply. When the metabolic buffer runs low through malnutrition, dehydration, or chronic blood sugar instability, the brain seeks stimulants to overclock a failing battery. This creates a debt cycle. The stimulant provides temporary voltage at the cost of accelerated depletion. Cross-reference. Protocol 12, Nutritional Architecture, and Protocol 18, Hydration Systems. 37.2.4, Sleep Architecture, Maintenance Mode Access. A system that cannot enter maintenance mode, sleep, will eventually seek sedatives to force a shutdown. However, chemically induced unconsciousness is not repair. It is a hard shutdown that bypasses the maintenance routines the system requires. The hardware degrades faster under repeated forced shutdowns than under sleep deprivation alone. Alcohol, benzodiazepines, and cannabis all produce unconsciousness, not restorative sleep. Sleep architecture repair must precede or accompany any sedative tapering protocol. Cross-reference. Protocol 17, Sleep Architecture Restoration. 37.2.5, The Movement Pharmacopoeia, Internal Override Generation. The chassis generates its own internal chemical overrides through physical movement. Endorphins, endocannabinoids, dopamine, and serotonin all increase with appropriate exercise. This is not a metaphor. The body manufactures the same compounds that external substances mimic. Regular movement also flushes the cortisol cache, reducing the system's baseline stress load. Movement is the system's native harm reduction protocol. Start where the system is. Any movement counts. Intensity scales with capacity. Cross-reference. Protocol 19, Movement Architecture. Section 37.3, Genetic Architecture, Why You Gravitate. Your substance preferences are not random. They are not purely social. They reflect the specific biochemical architecture you inherited, the firmware your system runs on. Understanding your genetic variants explains why a specific substance works for you when others do not, and why some people can moderate while others cannot. Architect's log. 2 users try cocaine at the same party. One thinks that was fun and never touches it again. The other thinks, this is what I've been missing my entire life, and begins a years-long pursuit. The difference is not moral, It is not willpower, it is COMT. The user with fast COMT clears dopamine so rapidly that their baseline feels perpetually understimulated. Cocaine floods that empty tank. The user with slow COMT already has adequate dopamine. Cocaine just makes them anxious. If you want to understand why you gravitate toward your substance of choice, you need to understand your genetic architecture. 37.3.1 COMT, the dopamine clearance gene. Catechol O-methyltransferase, COMT, is the enzyme that breaks down dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine in the prefrontal cortex. The Val158 MET polymorphism determines whether your enzyme works fast, Val, or slow, MET. COMT variant. Dopamine clearance, typical presentation, substance gravitation, Val/Val, fast. Rapid dopamine breakdown, lower baseline dopamine, calm under pressure but may feel understimulated, flat or chronically bored. Reward-seeking behavior, stimulants, cocaine, meth, amphetamines to artificially boost dopamine levels. Caffeine dependence common. MET/MET, slow. Slow dopamine breakdown. Higher baseline dopamine. Better focus and memory but prone to anxiety, rumination, and feeling overwhelmed by stress. Sedatives, alcohol, cannabis, benzodiazepines to dampen the excess signal. Opioids for emotional pain relief. Val/MET, intermediate. Moderate dopamine breakdown. Context dependent. May swing between understimulation and overstimulation, depending on environmental load. Variable. May use stimulants and sedatives, depending on the situational demand. Polydrug patterns common. This is why the same drug produces radically different experiences in different users. The Val/Val user who finds stimulants life-changing is not weak. They are treating an actual dopamine deficit. The MET/MET user who finds alcohol essential for relaxation is not morally failing. They are dampening an actual signal excess. 37.3.2 MTHFR, the methylation bottleneck. Methylenitetrahydrofolate reductase, MTHFR, converts folate into its active form, methylfolate, which is essential for producing neurotransmitters, repairing DNA, and clearing homocysteine. Variants in this gene can reduce enzyme efficiency by 30 to 70%. MTHFR status, methylation capacity, downstream effects, supplementation implications, C677, T heterozygous, approximately 65% enzyme activity, mildly reduced folate conversion, may have elevated homocysteine, subtle impacts on neurotransmitter synthesis. Methylfolate, L5-MTHF, often beneficial. Avoid folic acid fortification when possible. C677, T homozygous, approximately 30% enzyme activity, significantly impaired folate metabolism, higher risk of mood disorders, cognitive issues, cardiovascular strain. Methylfolate essential. Methylcobalamin, B12, often needed. SAMe may help restore methylation capacity. A 1298C variants, variable reduction, affects BH4 recycling, impacts dopamine, serotonin, and nitric oxide production. Mood and energy regulation compromised. BH4 support may be needed. Methylfolate helpful, but mechanism differs from C677T. Compound heterozygous. Moderate to severe reduction. One copy of each variant. Cumulative effect on methylation. Often presents with treatment-resistant depression or anxiety. Comprehensive methylation support may require professional guidance for protocol optimization. Users with MTHFR variants often have treatment-resistant depression, anxiety, or fatigue because their systems cannot efficiently produce the raw materials for neurotransmitter synthesis. Standard antidepressants may have limited effect because the bottleneck is upstream. The system lacks the methylfolate needed to build serotonin and dopamine in the first place. 37.3.3 Obtaining your genetic data. Consumer genetic testing, 23andMe, Ancestry, DNA, etc., provides raw data that includes COMT and MTHFR variants. Third-party tools like Promethease, Genetic Genie, or NutraHacker can analyze this data for relevant polymorphisms. Cost: typically $100 to $200 for testing, plus $10 to $20 for analysis. This data explains your system's architecture. It does not prescribe a specific intervention. Genetic variants are context-dependent. Slow COMT is advantageous for some tasks, disadvantageous for others. Use this data to understand your baseline, not to pathologize your design. Section 37.4 Supplementation: Rebuilding what was depleted. Chronic substance use depletes specific neurochemical resources. The system adapts to the presence of the external chemical by downregulating its own production. When the substance is removed, the system is left with a deficit it cannot immediately correct. This is why early recovery feels so terrible. The system is running on empty tanks that previously had external supply lines. Targeted supplementation can support the system's restoration process by providing raw materials the depleted pathways need to rebuild. Depleted system, commonly depleted by, support supplements. Function: dopamine, stimulants, opioids. L-tyrosine, D-L-phenylalanine, mucuna pruriens, precursor amino acids for dopamine synthesis. Serotonin, MDMA stimulants, alcohol. 5-HTP L-tryptophan, not together. Precursor amino acids for serotonin synthesis. GABA, alcohol benzodiazepines, L-theanine, taurine, magnesium glycinate. Support inhibitory neurotransmission without direct GABA agonism. Endorphins, opioids, D-L-phenylalanine, DLPA, low-dose naltrexone, LDN. Support endogenous opioid production. LDN upregulates receptors. Methylation: alcohol nitrous oxide. Methylfolate, L5-MTHF. Methylcobalamin, B12, B6P5P. Restore methylation capacity needed for neurotransmitter production. Glutathione, alcohol, acetaminophen, stimulants, NAC, N-acetylcysteine, liposomal glutathione. Master antioxidant, supports liver detoxification. Electrolytes, alcohol, stimulants, MDMA. Magnesium, potassium, sodium, zinc. Essential for nerve conduction and cellular function. Critical: supplementation, timing and interactions. Do not use 5-HTP with SSRIs or MAOIs. Serotonin syndrome risk. Do not use L-tyrosine with MAOIs. Hypertensive crisis risk. Start low, titrate slow. More is not better. The goal is to support the system's own restoration, not to create a new dependency. Consult a provider knowledgeable in nutrient-drug interactions before combining supplements with any medications. Section 37.5 The pharmaceutical patch. Buyer beware. When the system presents with distress signals, the conventional medical pathway often leads to pharmaceutical intervention. This section is not anti-medicine. Pharmaceuticals can be genuinely life-saving, but they are also patches, not repairs, and the terms of their deployment deserve scrutiny. Architect's log. A pharmaceutical is tested for a specific duration in a specific population under specific conditions. The results of that testing are documented in the package insert. That testing window, 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 6 months, represents the boundary of verified knowledge. Beyond that window, you are the test subject. Every patient taking a medication for longer than the trial duration is generating experimental data. This data is collected through adverse event reporting, if anyone bothers to report, but it is not compensated. You are volunteering your time, your body, and your risk for free. The architect's position. This is not necessarily wrong, but it should be conscious. You should know when you have crossed from evidence-based medicine into population-scale experimentation and decide accordingly. 37.5.1, the testing window problem. Most psychiatric medications are tested for 6 to 12 weeks. Most patients are prescribed them for years or decades. This mismatch creates an information void. Short-term efficacy does not guarantee long-term efficacy. Many medications show tolerance development. Short-term side effect profiles do not capture long-term consequences. Tardive dyskinesia from antipsychotics often appears after years. Withdrawal and discontinuation syndromes are poorly characterized because trials end before patients attempt to stop. Drug-drug and drug supplement interactions for long-term polypharmacy are rarely studied. 37.5.2, the dependency transition. From the system's perspective, there is no fundamental difference between a pharmaceutical and a substance of abuse, if both create dependency through the same mechanisms. The distinction is social and legal, not biochemical. Benzodiazepines prescribed for anxiety create the same GABA receptor downregulation as alcohol. Stimulants prescribed for ADHD create dopamine system adaptations similar to cocaine. Opioids prescribed for pain create mu-opioid receptor changes identical to heroin. SSR is prescribed for depression, create serotonergic adaptations with their own discontinuation syndrome. System advisory. The crutch calculation. A crutch is useful when healing. A crutch is harmful when it prevents the leg from being used and rehabilitated. Pharmaceutical interventions can provide essential stabilization while underlying repairs are made. They become a trap when they substitute for repair indefinitely. Ask, is this medication buying time for healing, or has it become the permanent solution? If permanent, what is the exit strategy? If there is no exit strategy, you have not solved the problem. You have outsourced it to a chemical dependency with better marketing. 37.5.3 Informed Consent Checklist. Before accepting a pharmaceutical patch, ensure you have answers to these questions. What was the duration of the clinical trials? Am I within that window? What is the discontinuation protocol? Has it been studied? What underlying condition is this treating, and what repair work is being done in parallel? What is the target end date for this intervention? What are the known interactions with my genetic architecture, COMT, MTHFR, CYP450 enzymes? If I remain on this medication for 5+ years, what is the evidence base for that duration? Section 37.6. Reframe protocol, from moral failure to system diagnosis. The dominant cultural framework treats substance use as a character defect requiring willpower to overcome. This framing is not only inaccurate, it actively interferes with repair. The architect's framework operates differently. Legacy framework. Architect's framework. I'm weak for using. My system is generating a distress signal I lack resources to address. I need more willpower. I need to identify and repair the underlying hardware failure. I relapsed because I'm broken. The system reached a point of unbearable signal noise and deployed an emergency patch. I should be able to handle this. The admin cannot be expected to process signals beyond its design parameters. Sobriety is the goal. System stability is the goal. Sobriety may be a component of that. Section 37.7, harm reduction as interim patch management. Until the underlying hardware failures can be repaired, the system may require ongoing chemical patches to remain operational. This is not failure, this is triage. Harm reduction protocols acknowledge this reality and prioritize keeping the system running while repairs are underway. Safer supply. If chemical patches are necessary, use versions less likely to cause catastrophic system failure. Fentanyl test strips. Pharmaceutical-grade alternatives where accessible. Naloxone access. Emergency interrupt for opioid-induced respiratory failure. Every user and their network should have access. Never use alone protocols. External monitoring compensates for impaired self-diagnostic capacity. Dose management. Starting low and titrating reduces the risk of overwhelming the system with an untested patch. Critical. Patch not equal to permission to ignore root cause. Harm reduction keeps the system alive while repairs are in progress. It is not a substitute for repair. Every patch buys time. Use that time. Section 37.8, Final Diagnostic Summary. Architect's log. A user who relapses is often just a user whose hardware reached a point of unbearable signal noise. The admin deployed the only patch available to prevent system collapse. Judging the admin for this decision is like criticizing an engineer for using duct tape when the proper parts haven't arrived. If you want to keep the system stable, running without emergency patches, you must keep the system functional. Check the sensory inputs. Can the system see? Hear? Is it carrying chronic dental pain? These baseline hardware checks are not optional. Know your genetic architecture? Understand why your system gravitates towards specific chemicals. This is not destiny. It is data. When the chassis is running at optimal conductivity, the chemical override becomes an unnecessary interference rather than a life-saving patch. The goal is not abstinence. The goal is a system that no longer requires external patches to meet its operational baseline. Build the system that doesn't need the override. That's the only sustainable architecture. Related protocols. Protocol 12, Nutritional Architecture, Power Supply Maintenance Protocol. 17, Sleep Architecture Restoration, Maintenance Mode, Access Protocol. 18, Hydration Systems, Coolant and Conductivity Protocol. 19, Movement, Architecture, Internal Override Generation Protocol. 38, Substance-Specific Hardware Audit, Detailed Subsystem Assessment by Use History Protocol. 39, Genetic Architecture, Deep Dive, Extended Pharmacogenomic Analysis. Architect's log. Identifying what substances were masking, hardware audit, unmasked needs. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Self-shrapnel/burdenscaping. Protocol 38. Self-shrapnel and burdenscaping. Managing internal ballistics and the misfit paradox. The high-pressure vessel in a low-pressure world. System alert. detecting synthetic chaos. Warning: you may be generating artificial obstacles. This is not self-sabotage, this is pressure regulation. Your system is creating load to match internal PSI. Reading the schematics now. Architect's log. Here's what they won't tell you. You're not broken. You're overspec'd. You're a Ferrari engine in a school zone. A nuclear reactor powering a nightlight. A combat chassis driving to the grocery store. The physics. Internal pressure, 100 pounds per square inch. External environment, 20 pounds per square inch. Differential, 80 pounds per square inch with nowhere to go. The result: the excess energy doesn't dissipate. It turns inward. It becomes self-shrapnel, internal fragmentation grenades destroying relationships that can't handle the blast radius, jobs that can't contain the output, success that finally arrives but feels wrong. You're not self-destructive. You're thermodynamically unstable. Let's fix the engineering. Section 38.1. The glitch. Burdenscaping. When you terraform your life with obstacles. Critical system failure. Burdenscaping defined. Burdenscaping, noun. The unconscious act of manufacturing artificial obstacles to create external pressure that matches internal intensity. Manifestations. Creating financial crisis when you're financially stable. Starting fights in relationships that are finally healthy. Procrastinating on critical deadlines to generate urgency. Taking on impossible projects while abandoning easy wins. Sabotaging success right before it arrives. Manufacturing drama when life gets too quiet. The mechanism. Your firmware expects chaos. It was compiled in chaos. Peace registers as a system error. The brain detects external volatility equals 20%. Internal equals 100%. Status, data integrity, failure, response. Generate artificial load to restore equilibrium. This is not weakness. This is calibration failure. 38.1.1. The MTHFR/COMT multiplier. System green, genetic amplification. If you have MTHFR plus COMT variants, this gets worse. MTHFR, methylation, impaired neurotransmitter production, baseline anxiety/depression without external cause, brain already running hot before life adds fuel, COMT, dopamine clearance, warrior, Val/Val, needs constant stimulation or boredom, equals death, worrier, Met/Met, overwhelmed by normal stress, seeks control. The combination. You're running high-octane firmware on unstable substrate. Normal life doesn't provide enough voltage, so you manufacture voltage via crisis, via chaos, via shrapnel. Section 38.2. The analysis. The misfit paradox. You think the chaos made you special. Architect's log. Here's the lie you tell yourself. My chaos is what made me interesting. My volatility is my genius. If I stabilize, I'll become boring, ordinary, irrelevant. The correction. No, your intensity made you interesting. The chaos was just inefficient exhaust fumes. You can keep the horsepower, lose the pollution. What actually made you valuable? Pattern recognition at 10 times normal processing speed. Willingness to carry cognitive load others can't handle. Ability to maintain focus under conditions that break others. Capacity for extreme output when properly channeled. Tolerance for high-stakes decisions. What didn't? The relationship wreckage. the financial instability, the manufactured emergencies, the self-inflicted chaos. Those were bugs, not features. 38.2.1 Case Studies. The 15 Archetypes. Archetype 1. The healthcare nurse, PTSD immune, relationship incapable. Hardware, COMT warrior plus MTHFR, heterozygous. Environment, ER/ICU exposure to maximum intensity trauma. Adaptation, calibrated to crisis. Normal conversation feels like static. Burdenscape, chooses partners with addiction/instability to recreate workplace intensity at home. Shrapnel, ends healthy relationships because something feels wrong. Translation, not enough voltage. Fix, redirect intensity into high-stakes hobbies, paramedicine competition, disaster response training, ultramarathons. Date equals, not patience. Archetype 2, the veteran entrepreneur. Hardware, COMT warrior plus combat deployment. Burdenscape, can only work under impossible deadlines, procrastinates until panic sets in. Shrapnel, destroys profitable businesses because it got too easy. Fix, artificial constraint systems, set impossible quarterly targets, compete against self. Archetype 3, the brilliant underperformer. Hardware, high IQ plus MTHFR homozygous. Burdenscape, chooses jobs below capability to guarantee success, then sabotages anyway. Shrapnel, internal narrative, I'm not trying, so failure doesn't count. Fix, high difficulty environment, remove the safety net, join the major leagues. Archetype 4, the serial crisis manager. Hardware, COMT warrior plus childhood chaos. Burdenscape, only functions when everything is on fire. Bored during stability. Shrapnel, creates emergencies, financial, relational, professional, to feel alive. Fix, formalized crisis rotation, volunteer firefighting, startup consulting. War zones need architects. Archetype 5, the hyper-competent isolate. Hardware, COMT warrior plus MTHFR. Burdenscape, takes on everyone's problems to justify existence, becomes indispensable. Shrapnel, burnout plus resentment. Nobody helps me, because you never ask. Fix, load balancing, delegate or die. Relationships require mutual incompetence. Archetype 6, the artist who can't finish. Hardware, high dopamine baseline plus COMT warrior. Burdenscape, starts 50 projects, completes none. The hunt is better than the kill. Shrapnel, portfolio of almost instead of done. Fix, artificial deadlines with stakes, public commitment, ship or suffer. Archetype 7, the relationship arsonist. Hardware, attachment trauma plus MTHFR. Burdenscape, finds flaw in every partner right before commitment. Shrapnel, pattern of leaving when it gets too real. Fix, recognize that too real equals not enough chaos. Reframe stability as achievement, not threat. Archetype 8, the financial self-saboteur. Hardware, COMT warrior plus scarcity imprinting. Burdenscape, makes money, immediately spends it on crisis, debt, bad investment, emergency. Shrapnel, never builds wealth despite high income. Fix, automated systems, money exits before conscious access. Savings equals load testing fund. Archetype 9, the academic dropout, IQ 140 plus. Hardware, gifted plus MTHFR plus COMT warrior. Burdenscape, school is too easy, so stops attending. Seeks harder game, streets, substances. Shrapnel, wasted potential. What if narratives? Fix, skip levels. Find hardest game available. PhD before BA. Startup before college. Archetype 10, the corporate misfit. Hardware, high intensity plus COMT, warrior. Burdenscape, takes corporate job for stability, hates every second, starts fights with management. Shrapnel, fired from safe jobs, labeled difficult. Fix, acknowledge incompatibility, exit corporate, build own chassis. Archetype 11, the parentified child, now adult. Hardware, childhood role, household manager at age 10. Burdenscape, as adult, only dates people who need saving. Shrapnel, relationships fail when partner gets healthy, no longer needs rescuing. Fix, redirect caretaking to professional domain, social work, medicine, coaching. Date equals. Archetype 12, the thrill-seeking professional. Hardware, COMT warrior plus high baseline cortisol. Burdenscape, extreme sports, high-risk investments, volatile relationships. Shrapnel, injury, financial loss, relational wreckage. Fix, channelize, compete professionally, risk with purpose, not recklessness. Archetype 13, the perfectionist, procrastinator. Hardware, COMT warrior plus MTHFR. Burdenscape, standards so high that starting equals guaranteed failure, so doesn't start. Shrapnel, nothing shipped, chronic underachievement despite capability. Fix, ship ugly. Version 1.0 is supposed to suck. Iterate, don't perfect. Archetype 14, the helper who can't be helped. Hardware, codependency firmware plus MTHFR. Burdenscape, solves everyone's problems, refuses to accept help. Shrapnel, martyr complex, burnout, resentment. Fix, vulnerability protocol. Ask for help weekly. Measure progress by interdependence, not independence. Archetype 15, the reformed addict, chaos nostalgia. Hardware, COMT, warrior plus 10 plus years clean. Burdenscape, misses the aliveness of using. Sobriety feels flat. Shrapnel, romanticizes past, relapse risk during stability. Fix, high-intensity sober pursuits, ultramarathons, business launches, high-stakes competition. You don't miss drugs. You miss voltage. In Section 38.3, the fix. Converting shrapnel to propulsion. System green, the three-step protocol. Step 1, calibration. Admit the PSI. Stop apologizing for being a high-pressure system. You don't need to be fixed to normal. Normal would kill you from boredom. The goal isn't to reduce intensity, it's to aim it. Action items. Write down, I am a 100 PSI machine. This is hardware, not flaw. Identify your baseline intensity. COMT status helps here. Stop trying to calm down. Start trying to aim. Step 2. Synthetic load testing. Assign a constructive burden. If you don't give the brain a problem, it creates one. Solution. Assign a problem first. Pick something hard, impossible even. Something that requires 100% of available processing power. Has measurable progress. builds instead of destroys, uses your intensity as fuel, not exhaust. Examples of constructive burdens: physical, ultramarathon, Ironman, summit Everest; professional, launch startup, write book, build company to exit; skill, master instrument, learn 3 languages, black belt; financial, 10 times income in 12 months, build 7-figure net worth; creative, album, film, art installation. The key: difficulty must match intensity. If the goal is easy, you'll sabotage it to create challenge. Pick the hard goal first. Let it consume the voltage. Step 3. Override. Reframe misfit as prototype. You were never supposed to fit. Prototypes don't fit. They're ahead of the production line. The discomfort isn't malfunction, it's leading edge. Reframe the narrative. Old: I don't fit anywhere. Something is wrong with me. New: I'm overspec'd for average environments. I need major leagues. Old: why can't I just be normal? New: normal is a school zone. I'm built for the Autobahn. Old: I ruin everything good. New: I outgrow contained systems. I need expansion territory. This isn't positive thinking. It's accurate assessment. The burnout firewall. Critical balance caveat. Critical caveat: channeling intensity requires balance. High-intensity pursuits are tools, not replacements for rest, relationships, or recovery. While COMT warriors need stimulation and MTHFR, variants need methylation support. Pushing too hard without recovery time leads to burnout, adrenal fatigue, cortisol dysregulation. Relapse from exhaustion, substances as shutdown button. Relationship damage, no bandwidth left for connection. Physical breakdown, injury, illness, system collapse. Important acknowledgement: complex disorders, BPD, bipolar, trauma, ADHD, involve more than overspec'd hardware. Genetic factors plus environmental factors plus neurological differences all contribute. This protocol addresses one piece: redirecting self-sabotage patterns. It does not replace treatment for underlying conditions. The balanced approach: intensity is a tool, not a lifestyle, not an identity, not a replacement for healing. Schedule recovery time. Sleep 7 to 9 hours. Take days off. Rest is not weakness. Maintain relationships. High-intensity people need connection, not isolation. Work with mental health professionals for comprehensive care. Monitor for burnout signs, irritability, insomnia, decreased performance, loss of joy. Remember, you're optimizing a system, not running it into the ground. The goal is sustainable high performance, not crash and burn glory. 38.3.1 The Redirection Matrix. Shrapnel pattern. Redirect to outcome. Manufacturing financial crisis. High-stakes business launch. Wealth creation instead of destruction. Sabotaging stable relationships. Extreme physical challenge. Fitness instead of relational wreckage. Procrastinating until panic. Competitive deadlines with stakes. Output instead of panic. Starting fights when bored. Debate, martial arts, startup competition. Controlled combat instead of chaos. Seeking dangerous situations. Professional risk, investment venture. Career advancement instead of injury. Chronic restlessness. Build/create mode. Write, build, launch. Legacy instead of destruction. Taking on others' problems. Formalized coaching/consulting. Income plus boundaries instead of burnout. Relationship drama. High-intensity partnerships equals partnership instead of patient care, substance use for voltage, load testing via impossible goals, achievement instead of escape. Section 38.4, the success state. System green, when the protocol works. You know it's working when you stop manufacturing drama and start manufacturing output. The shrapnel becomes thrust. Your intensity builds instead of destroys. Relationships improve because you're channeled, not suppressed. You seek challenge, not chaos. Boredom triggers project launch, not self-sabotage. You stop apologizing for the engine noise. You start seeking environments that can handle your PSI. You maintain recovery time and relationships alongside intensity. The shift. Before, why am I like this? I ruin everything. After, I'm high-output hardware. Where's the mission? You don't become normal. You become aimed. The intensity doesn't decrease. The trajectory changes. From implosion to propulsion, from shrapnel to thrust, from misfit to prototype, with balance, with rest, with sustainability. Architect's log. Final system. Note: you were never the problem. The environment was under spec. You don't need to be downgraded to fit the school zone. You need to find the Autobahn. Stop burning fuel on manufactured obstacles. Start burning it on impossible goals. The chaos was never your genius. The intensity was: keep the engine, lose the pollution, build something that requires 100 pounds per square inch. Then build something that requires 200. But remember, even the fastest cars need pit stops. Even the strongest systems need maintenance windows. You're not broken. You're a prototype. Act accordingly, with power, with balance, with wisdom. The system architect. End of protocol. 38. Self-shrapnel and burdenscaping. Architect's log. Self-sabotage patterns. Overspec hardware. Intensity redirection. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. The SIM Navigator. Protocol 39. The SIM Navigator. System Ejection Blueprint. Reverse engineering the sequential intercept model. Mapping the emergency exits from inside the machine. Mandatory legal disclaimer. This protocol is for educational purposes only. This is not legal advice. The Sequential Intercept Model, SIM, is a framework used by justice and behavioral health systems. This protocol provides information to help you navigate it and understand your options. Never make legal decisions without consulting a qualified attorney or public defender. Criminal justice proceedings have serious consequences, including loss of liberty, criminal record, collateral consequences, housing, employment, custody. Work with legal counsel, public defenders, and court-appointed advocates to protect your rights. This protocol facilitates informed conversations with your legal team. It does not replace professional legal representation. System alert. Latency detected. Warning: the system, Justice Department, is designed to process you linearly from intercept 0 to 5. If you do not manually engage the diversion switches, the default setting is incarceration. You must override the autopilot. Architect's log. The state uses the Sequential Intercept Model, SIM, as a filter, a way to catch people falling through the cracks. But for you, the user, it is not a filter. It is a schematic of exit nodes. The SIM framework maps 6 intercept points, labeled 0 to 5, where intervention can occur. to divert people with mental health and substance use issues away from incarceration and toward treatment. You are asking how to navigate this prior to incarceration to ensure restoration after time is served. This is smart. Most people wait until they are at Intercept 4, release, to think about the plan. By then, it's too late. You must build the bridge while you are still on the other side of the river. We are going to reverse engineer the sim. We will use their own map to design your extraction. The system architect. Oh. Section 39.1. The glitch. Where you are. The linear processing error. Critical system failure. The linear trap. The system wants to push you from Intercept 1, arrest, to Intercept 3, jail/prison. Once you are inside Intercept 3, the system assumes you are offline until release. The error. Passive waiting in Intercept 3 leads to a cold boot at Intercept 4. You are dumped onto the street with no cash, no data, and no connection. The fix. You must engage active mapping. You use your time in Intercept 2, court, and Intercept 3, jail, to hard-code your landing at Intercept 5, community. Section 39.2. The blueprint. Navigation strategy. We will break down the 6 intercepts, 0 to 5, not as things that happen to you, but as nodes you must exploit. Phase A. Pre-incarceration, intercepts 0 to 2. Goal. Avoid the install or configure the sentence for rehabilitation. System green. Intercept 0 and 1. The missed exits. Community/police. Status. If you are facing time, these nodes have likely failed. Architect's move. Data collection. Why did the diversion fail? Was it a lack of beds? A dual diagnosis issue? Document this failure. It becomes evidence later that you needed treatment, not punishment. Work with your public defender or attorney to build this record. System green. Intercept 2. The pivot point. The initial hearing, detention hearings, and arraignment. Architect's move. The specialty court override. Instruct your counsel to aggressively pursue problem-solving courts. Drug court, mental health court, veterans court. The logic. These are officially sanctioned cheat codes in the sim. They keep you in the community, Intercept 5, under supervision, bypassing Intercept 3, prison, entirely. If incarceration is inevitable, negotiate for a facility with therapeutic communities, TC, or specific substance use programming. Do not just accept time with a specific programming mandate. Have your attorney document this in the plea agreement or sentencing recommendation. Phase B. During incarceration, Intercept 3. Goal. Preloading the restoration data. System green. Intercept 3. The holding cell. Jails and courts serving the sentence. Architect's move. The paper trail protocol. While inside, you are technically in the correctional system, but you must act like you are in the medical system. Request assessments. Demand mental health evaluations and substance use assessments immediately. Hoard certificates. Every class, every AA meeting, every anger management session. These are not just good behavior, they are data packets you will need for Intercept 4. The in-reach request. Identify community providers from Intercept 5 and ask if they have in-reach programs, where they come into the jail to meet you before release. Phase C. The restoration, Intercepts 4 to 5. Goal. The warm handoff and system stability. System green. Intercept 4. the firewall breach, re-entry, discharge planning. This is the most dangerous moment. The warm handoff usually fails here. Architect's move, the APIC model. Assess, plan, identify, coordinate. Critical action. Do not leave the facility without a 30-day supply of meds, a hard appointment with a provider in the community. Medicaid suspension versus termination. Ensure your Medicaid was only suspended during incarceration, not terminated. File the paperwork to reactivate it 30 days before release. Work with your re-entry coordinator or case manager to ensure continuity of care. System Green, Intercept 5, System Restoration, Community Corrections, Probation/Parole, and Community Support. Architect's Move, the Compliance as Armor, Strategy. Probation officers, PO, are accustomed to non-compliant nodes. Be a hyper-compliant node. Present your PO with your own recovery blueprint. Show them the meetings you booked, the doctor you are seeing, the housing you secured. The goal: move from supervision to maintenance. Use peer support specialists to navigate the gap between the PO, law, and the doctor, health. Important: understand that probation/parole officers operate within power structures. Hypercompliance is a strategy, not submission. Know your rights. If violations occur, consult with your attorney immediately. Section 39.3, the summary diagram. Your status: SIM node, Architect's action plan, pretrial, Intercept 2, demand diversion/specialty courts with your attorney. Use the diagnosis to shift from criminal track to medical track. Serving time, Intercept 3, data hoarding, collect certificates, establish in-reach contact with outside providers, verify Medicaid status. Release day, Intercept 4. The warm handoff. Have the appointment booked. Have the meds in hand. Do not rely on referrals. Rely on appointments. Freedom. Intercept 5. Hypercompliance. Strategic. Overwhelm the PO with proof of recovery. Integrate peer support. Know your rights. Architect's log. Final note. The SIM was designed by the system to manage flow. You must use it to manage freedom. If you are facing time, you are currently at Intercept 2. Fight for the diversion. If that fails, treat Intercept 3, prison, not as a cage, but as a university. Gather every credential you can, so when you hit Intercept 4, you don't just walk out, you launch. Remember, this information empowers conversations with your legal team. It does not replace professional legal representation. The system architect. End of protocol. 39. The SIM navigator. Architect's log. Sequential intercept model. Justice system navigation. Diversion opportunities. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. The contamination protocol. Protocol 40. The contamination protocol. Debugging parental islandism and the toxic rootkit. Biohazard containment versus network repair. System alert. Detecting false positive threat. Scan. Warning. Quarantine protocol unnecessary. Your threat assessment module is miscalibrated. You are running a biohazard scan on yourself and flagging toxic. This is a false positive. Initiating diagnostic override. Architect's log. Here's the logic error. You look at your children, or nieces, nephews, younger siblings, and run a threat scan. I am diseased. I am chaos. If I get close, I will infect them. So you execute Islandism. You pull away. You miss the school play. You stay in the garage. You decline the invitation to uncle/aunt duty. You tell yourself it's for their safety. The truth: this is legacy, shame malware running in your firmware. By isolating, you aren't protecting them from the chaos. You are introducing a new error: abandonment. They don't need you to be radioactive free. They need you to be present. Let's debug this. Section 40.1, the diagnostics. Guilt versus shame. Corrupted data versus valid error messages. Critical system failure. The contamination illusion. You fear your history is radioactive. It isn't. Your behavior was the problem. The behavior has been patched. The user identity is valid. Guilt, valid data. I made a mistake. Drives repair behavior. Actionable, correctable, solvable. Example: I missed her birthday. I will be there for the next one. Shame, corrupted data. I am a mistake. Drives isolation behavior. Paralyzing, unfixable, terminal. Example: I am too broken to ever be a good parent/uncle/aunt. The contamination script. Your brain runs the following code. If I was an addict, then I am toxic. If I am toxic, then proximity equals danger. If proximity equals danger, then isolate. Result: self-imposed exile, islandism. You become the uncle who doesn't show up, the parent who watches from the window but never enters the room. The error: this logic assumes addiction is permanent identity. It's not. It was temporary malfunction. You are not Chernobyl. You are a system that crashed and rebooted. 40.1.1, the Stigma Rootkit. System Green, understanding the rootkit. A rootkit is malware that hides deep in the system. It survives reboots. It runs invisibly. The Stigma Rootkit tells you, you are dirty. You will contaminate the children. Stay away, for their sake. Where it came from. Society's messaging: once an addict, always an addict. Your own internalized shame. The looks from family members during active use. The memory of the harm you caused. But here's the truth. Harm happened, but harm is not who you are. You can't change the past logs, but you can write new data, starting now. Section 40.2, the reintegration algorithm. Stopping the exile, network repair, not quarantine. System Green, the 3-step protocol. Step 1, cache clear, identify the old code. When the I'm toxic script runs, label it as old code. Do not engage the script. Do not debate it. Simply observe. This is the shame rootkit running. Then redirect to, what does my child need from me right now? Action item. When the thought, I shouldn't be here, arises, reframe. This is legacy code. I am debugging. I belong here. Step 2. Proximity gradients, microdosing presence. You don't have to be super parent overnight. You don't have to show up to every event like you never left. Start small. Prove to your system that you didn't explode. Microdose. Examples. 10 minutes of fully present play. No phone, no guilt spiral. Read 1 bedtime story. Attend 1 game. Stay the whole time. Help with homework for 15 minutes. Take them for ice cream. Just the 2 of you. The goal. You are teaching your nervous system. Proximity is safe. I am not toxic. Each successful microdose builds evidence against the contamination script. Step 3. Amends architecture. Age-appropriate honesty. Kids don't need a perfect admin. They need a repairing admin. Use age-appropriate honesty. Ages 3 to 7. I was sick for a while. I had to go to the doctor to get better. I'm better now. Ages 8 to 12. I made some bad choices with my health. I got help, and now I'm fixing things. I'm sorry I wasn't there like I should have been. Ages 13 plus. I struggled with addiction. I'm in recovery. That means I'm working on being better. Every day. I'm sorry for the ways my choices hurt you. The key. Don't hide, don't overshare. Be honest at their comprehension level. This teaches them problems are fixable. Adults make mistakes and repair. Custody considerations. Legal proceedings require professional guidance. If you are navigating custody or child welfare proceedings, work with your attorney and caseworker to develop a reunification plan. Courts may require supervised visits before unsupervised contact, parenting classes, substance abuse evaluations, completion of treatment programs, home studies and safety assessments, regular drug testing. Professional assessment of readiness for unsupervised contact protects both you and your children. This protocol provides personal guidance for emotional reconnection and rebuilding trust. Legal proceedings require professional legal counsel and court-mandated evaluations. Do not confuse emotional readiness with legal fitness. Courts determine the latter. Work with your legal team to align your recovery progress with custody requirements. 40.2.1 The Uncle/Aunt Protocol. Not everyone in recovery is a parent. Some are uncles, aunts, older siblings, godparents. You feel like you can't be trusted around the kids. You declined babysitting. You skipped the birthday party. The contamination script runs the same way. I'm broken. I'll hurt them somehow. Better to stay away. System green, the fix. You don't need to be a primary caregiver to be safe. Start with supervised visits. Be present at family gatherings. Don't isolate. Your niece doesn't need you to be flawless. She needs you to show up. Your nephew doesn't need a perfect role model. He needs an uncle who is trying. Action items. Reach out to the parent/guardian. I want to be present. What role can I play? You'd start with group settings, family dinners, park trips, where you're not alone with the kids. Build trust with the adults first, so they feel safe letting you engage with the children. Once trust is rebuilt, babysit, help with homework, be the fun uncle/aunt. So allez. Section 40.3, the immunity update. Reframing recovery as inoculation, not infection. Architect's log. Here's what you need to understand. Your recovery doesn't make you weak. It makes you anti-fragile. By recovering out loud, you aren't infecting your kids with addiction. You are inoculating them with resilience. You are showing them how to reboot a crashed system, how to admit mistakes and repair relationships, how to ask for help when systems fail, how to rebuild after total system failure. These are survival skills. Your children are learning from you. Failure is not fatal. Recovery is possible. Adults can change. This is not contamination. This is education. Critical caveat, boundary firewall. Do not overshare graphic data with the junior terminals, kids. Keep the war stories for the senior admins, sponsor/therapist/recovery meetings. Protect the kids from graphic details of active use, stories of dangerous situations, adult trauma content. your emotional processing, save for therapy. Don't protect the kids from your presence, age-appropriate honesty, watching you repair mistakes, seeing you ask for help. The rule: protect them from the details, not from yourself. Section 40.4. The success state. System green when the protocol works. You know it's working when the quarantine deactivates. You show up. You are at the school play. You are at the game. Connection is restored. Hugs happen. Bedtime stories resume. The parent/uncle/aunt realizes they are not a vector for disease, but a vector for recovery. The shame rootkit loses power. It still runs sometimes, but you recognize it and don't obey. The child learns, my parent/uncle/aunt is human. Humans make mistakes. Humans fix things. The shift. Before, I am toxic. I should stay away. After, I am in repair. I belong here. You stop being the ghost at family gatherings. You start being the person rebuilding the connection. One microdose at a time. Architect's log. Final system. Note, you are not contaminated. You are not radioactive. You are not a biohazard. You are a system in repair. Your presence does not infect children with addiction. Your presence teaches children about resilience. They don't need you to be perfect. They need you to be present. They need you to show them that. Systems crash. Systems reboot. People fall. People get up. Mistakes happen. Repairs follow. Stop running the quarantine protocol. Deactivate the isolation script. You belong in the network. Show up, even if it's just for 10 minutes, even if the shame rootkit is screaming. Show up. The system architect. End of protocol. 40. The contamination protocol. Architect's log. Parental reconnection. Toxic rootkit elimination. Microdosing presence. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. The airlock procedure. Protocol 41. The airlock procedure. Mitigating post-incarceration decompression sickness, the deep-sea diver and the nitrogen bubbles. Mandatory medical and legal disclaimer. This protocol is for educational purposes only. This is not medical advice. This is not legal advice. Never make medical decisions without consulting a licensed healthcare provider. Never make legal decisions without consulting a qualified attorney or public defender. Post-release overdose risk is medically dangerous and potentially fatal. If you are being released from incarceration, work with your healthcare team, re-entry coordinator, and legal counsel to develop a supervised release plan. This protocol provides information to facilitate informed conversations with professionals. It does not replace professional medical or legal guidance. System alert. Sensory overload imminent. Warning. The external world runs at 1,000 times the bandwidth of the incarcerated world. Rapid exposure to infinite choice will crash the decision-making processor. Initiate safe mode immediately upon release. Command acknowledged. Initiating decompression sequence. Architect's log. You have navigated the legal labyrinth. Protocol 39. Sim Navigator. Now comes the most dangerous moment in the entire architecture. The transition. Statistically, the highest risk of fatal overdose occurs in the first 2 weeks after release. Studies show overdose risk is 129 times higher in Washington state, 40 times higher in North Carolina. During this critical window, The system calls this recidivism. The architect calls it system shock. When a diver comes up from the deep ocean too fast, nitrogen bubbles form in the blood and kill them. This is the bends. Prison is the deep ocean. The pressure is immense, but the environment is predictable. You are told when to eat, when to sleep, and when to move. Your executive function, decision-making, goes into standby mode because you don't need it. Then the gate opens. Suddenly you have to decide what to wear, what to eat, how to talk, where to go. The sensory input, colors, noises, fast cars, smartphones, hits you like a tsunami. Your brain cannot process the bandwidth. To cope with the noise, the addict's brain screams for the one thing that turns the volume down: the substance. You don't relapse because you are bad. You relapse because you didn't use an airlock. The system architect. Noam, Section 41.1. The glitch. Post-incarceration syndrome, PIS. Critical system failure. The brain perceives freedom as chaos. You are moving from high constraint / low choice environment, prison, right arrow, low constraint / infinite choice environment, freedom. If you do not depressurize correctly, you get the bends. Symptom: decision fatigue. Standing in a grocery store aisle paralyzed by 50 types of cereal. Panic attacks in crowds. Sensory overload from colors, sounds, movement. Root cause: bandwidth saturation. Your filter settings are set to prison mode, high alert / low data. The free world is high data. The processor overheats. System impact. The brain seeks an immediate system halt to stop the noise. Overdose risk peaks in the first days and weeks post-release. Some studies show risk increases by 40 to 129 times normal during this window. Drugs are the quickest way to force a shutdown. 41.1.1. The phenotype multipliers. How MTHFR/COMT variants amplify decompression risk. Archetype 1. The COMT warrior, Val/Val, post-release. Hardware. COMT warrior equals fast dopamine clearance, needs constant stimulation. Prison effect. Boredom was torture. Used fights / drama to create stimulation. Release risk. Immediately seeks high dopamine hits. I've been deprived for years. Decompression failure. First stop is the bar / dealer. Just one time to celebrate. Airlock protocol. Must have extreme physical challenge scheduled. Gym 2 times per day. Construction job, ultramarathon training. Dopamine demand is real. Channel it. Don't fight it. Archetype 2. The COMT warrior, Met/Met. Post-release. Hardware. COMT warrior equals slow dopamine clearance, easily overwhelmed. Prison effect. Adapted by becoming invisible. Routine felt safe. Release risk. Paralyzing anxiety. Everything is too much. Decompression. Failure. Uses substances to turn down the volume on overwhelming stimuli. Airlock protocol. Extended airlock. Halfway house for 90+ days. Noise-canceling headphones. Sunglasses indoors. Structure over freedom. Baby steps only. Archetype 3. MTHFR homozygous. Plus release. Hardware. MTHFR C677 T homozygous equals 70% reduced neurotransmitter production. Prison effect. Depression worsened. Prison food equals 0 methylation support. Release risk. Severe anhedonia. Freedom feels like nothing. Decompression. Failure. Uses substances because at least I feel something. Airlock protocol, methylation, stack before release. L-methylfolate 15 milligrams, methyl B 12. Doctor appointment day 2. This is hardware failure, not willpower failure. Archetype 4, the combat vet, COMT warrior plus PTSD. Hardware, combat calibration plus COMT warrior. Prison effect, hypervigilance kept them safe inside. Constant threat assessment. Release risk, civilian world feels wrong. No threat equals system error. Decompression failure, seeks chaos, bar fights, dangerous situations, or numbs out substances. Airlock protocol, transition to structured high-intensity environment, not home. Veteran sober living, disaster response work, firefighting. Needs mission, not vacation. Archetype 5, the parentified adult. Prison equals first structure. Hardware, raised in chaos, no childhood structure. Prison effect, first time in life with routine, meals, safety. Paradoxically, calming. Release risk, I don't know how to adult without a warden. Decompression failure, returns to chaotic relationships/environments because that's normal. Airlock protocol, replicate prison structure externally. Sober living with strict rules. Vocational program with mandatory attendance. External structure until internal structure builds. Archetype 6, the dual diagnosis, MTHFR plus bipolar. Hardware, MTHFR plus mood cycling. Prison effect, meds often mismanaged or discontinued, cycling worsened. Release risk, mania plus freedom equals disaster. Depression plus freedom equals isolation. Decompression, failure, manic episode leads to celebration relapse. Depressive episode leads to self-medication. Airlock protocol, psychiatric appointment before release. Med continuity non-negotiable. Mood tracking app, daily check-ins with prescriber for 30 days. Archetype 7, the chronic relapser, 5+ incarcerations. Hardware, any phenotype plus pattern recognition failure. Prison effect, I know how to do time, I don't know how to do freedom. Release risk, sabotages success because prison is more familiar than stability. Decompression failure, uses within 72 hours because this always happens. Airlock protocol, break the pattern completely. Different city, different state if possible. New people, new routine, new identity. Old pattern equals old outcome. Archetype 8, the long timer, 10+ years inside. Hardware, institutionalized regardless of genetics. Prison effect, entire adult life inside. No modern world experience. Release risk, technology, social norms, everything is alien. Smartphones equals. Decompression, failure. Overwhelm leads to shutdown. Substances equals familiar comfort in alien world. Airlock protocol, extended airlock, 6+ months halfway house. Tech training, social skills, coaching, gradual exposure. Treat like immigrant learning new culture. Archetype 9, the young offender, 18 to 25 COMT warrior. Hardware, COMT warrior plus underdeveloped prefrontal cortex. Prison effect, learned criminal sophistication, lost developmental years. Release risk, I'm invincible, I survived prison. Decompression, failure, celebration leads to overdose, zero tolerance plus ego. Airlock protocol, Vivitrol shot, mandatory, peer mentor, someone who survived same age release. Structured living, Job Corps or trade school to replace lost development years. Archetype 10, the parent in recovery, contamination protocol active. Hardware, any genetics plus parental shame rootkit. Prison effect, missed birthdays, school plays, childhood. Guilt accumulation. Release risk, overwhelming pressure to make it up to them immediately. Decompression failure, uses because I'm a terrible parent anyway, or uses to cope with reunion anxiety. Airlock protocol, microdose family contact. Start with supervised visits. Don't try to be super parent day 1. Protocol 40, contamination review. Build slowly or crash completely. Section 41.2. The fix, execution. The 72-hour safe mode boot. Do not try to run life.exe on day 1. You must stay in the airlock. System green, phase 1. Hardware restriction, hours 0 to 24. Goal, minimize sensory input. 1. The one choice rule. Do not allow yourself to make complex decisions. Have a trusted sysadmin, sponsor/family. Make the food and travel choices for 24 hours. 2. Sensory gating. Wear sunglasses and noise-canceling headphones. The world is too bright and too loud. Dampen the signal manually. 3. The safe house. Go directly to a secure location, halfway house or sober living. Do not go to celebrate. Celebration is a high dopamine trigger. You need boredom, not a party. System green, phase 2. The Vivitrol firewall, medical override. Goal, hardware level blockade. The action. If you are an opioid or alcohol user, the Vivitrol shot, naltrexone, is non-negotiable. Before you leave the gate, intercept 4. The logic. Your tolerance is at 0. A celebration dose that used to get you high will now kill you. The Vivitrol shot is a physical shield that prevents the overdose, even if the software fails. Critical. Consult with your healthcare provider about MAT options before release. System green, phase 3. The paper anchor, structure. Goal, reinstalling the executive function driver. The daily script. Prison gave you a schedule. You must build your own immediately, or the void will eat you. 700. Wake up. 800. Caffeine plus protein. 900. Meeting. AA/NA/smart. 1200. Gym. Physical output. 1800. Meeting number 2. 2200. Sleep. Architect's note. It doesn't matter what the schedule is. It matters that you have one. You are replacing the warden with the architect. Section 41.3. Troubleshooting. Critical system failure, the old playground, glitch. The warning. Your brain has geotagged your old stomping grounds. If you physically go there, the GPS will auto-launch the using subroutines. The fix. Geofencing. Map out your red zones. If your transit route goes through a red zone, find a new route. Add 20 minutes to your commute to avoid the trigger. Efficiency is not the goal. Survival is. Critical system failure. The I deserve this loop. The lie. I did my time. I deserve a drink/hit to relax. The reality. You deserve a life. That drink is not a reward. It is a factory reset button. That sends you back to intercept 1. Arrest. Recidivism typically spikes in the first 3 to 6 months post-release. Don't become a statistic in the first 2 weeks. Architect's log. Final note. Freedom is not the absence of walls. Freedom is the ability to build your own. If you walk out those gates and try to wing it, recidivism rates suggest, you will be back in a cage within the first 3 to 6 months. Respect the pressure differential. Sit in the airlock. Breathe. Let your system acclimatize. The ocean isn't going anywhere. But if you surface too fast, you won't be around to see it. 72 hours in the airlock can save you from years back in the cage. Work with your re-entry team, healthcare providers, and legal counsel to build a supervised transition plan. The system architect. End of protocol. 41. The airlock procedure. Architect's log. Post-incarceration decompression. Re-entry protocols. 72-hour safe mode. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. The experimental branch. Protocol 42. The experimental branch. Beta drivers and hardware hacks. Navigating peptides, psychonautics, and unsigned code. The nightly build versus the stable release. Mandatory medical and research disclaimer. This protocol is for educational and informational purposes only. This is not medical advice. This is not treatment guidance. The treatments discussed in this protocol are experimental, off-label, or investigational. Many lack FDA approval for addiction treatment. Some are not FDA approved for any use. Never attempt experimental treatments without consultation with licensed medical professionals, proper medical supervision and monitoring, understanding of risks, contraindications, and interactions, appropriate clinical setting with emergency protocols. Serious risks include infection, cardiac events, adverse reactions, psychological destabilization, drug interactions, contaminated products, and death. Do not attempt DIY treatments. Do not purchase unregulated products. This protocol discusses emerging research to facilitate informed conversations with qualified healthcare providers. It does not constitute medical advice or treatment recommendation. System alert. Unsigned drivers detected. Warning. You are accessing the experimental repository. These protocols, FMT, TMS, peptides, psychedelics, are powerful but lack long-term support, LTS, certification. Installation may void your warranty. Proceed with root access caution, architect's log, standard recovery, therapy, meetings, sleep, nutrition, is the stable release. It works on 99% of hardware, but some of you are running on corrupted legacy chips where the standard software just crashes. Enter the experimental branch. This is where we stop trying to talk to the software and start physically hacking the hardware. We are talking about flashing the BIOS, FMT, regulating the voltage, TMS, injecting raw code, peptides/synthetics. The blueprint crowd, like Brian Johnson, treats the body like a server farm that needs to be overclocked. The shaman crowd treats it like a radio tuning into God. The architect treats it like an engineering challenge. If you are going to hack your own kernel, do it with a schematic, not a blindfold. The system architect. Section 42.1. The BIOS flash. Microbiome and fecal microbiota transplant, FMT. System green. Fecal microbiota transplant, FMT. The logic. Your gut, the secondary server, is running Addiction OS. The bacteria down there crave sugar and ethanol. They send chemical emails to your brain demanding a fix. The hack. FMT is a factory reset. You wipe the hard drive, antibiotics/flush, and install a disk image from a healthy donor, someone who craves kale and stability. The status: high promise/high risk. Data. Mice studies show you can literally transplant alcoholism or leanness via stool. Human trials for C. diff infection, 90% plus cure rate. Emerging research on FMT for depression, anxiety, addiction, preliminary. Gut-brain axis communication is real and measurable. Warning: do not DIY. The turkey baster method is a great way to get E. coli sepsis. This is a clinical procedure, not a kitchen experiment. Requires screened donors, extensive testing for pathogens, medical supervision, proper preparation and delivery, follow-up monitoring. Okay? Section 42.2, the voltage regulators. TMS and psychedelic-assisted therapy. System Green, TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. The logic. Addiction powers down the prefrontal cortex, the CEO, and overclocks the amygdala, the toddler. The hack. We use magnetic pulses to manually jumpstart the CEO. It's like using a defibrillator on your willpower circuits. Status: FDA cleared. FDA cleared for depression, 2008. Solid data for craving reduction in addiction, 2020's studies. Non-invasive outpatient procedure. Typical course, 20 to 30 sessions over 4 to 6 weeks. Mechanism: hardware patch for impulse control. Strengthens dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, executive function. Reduces hyperactivity in craving circuits. Effectiveness: depression, 50 to 60% response rate. Addiction cravings, 30 to 40% reduction in some studies. Best results when combined with therapy and lifestyle changes. Experimental, psychedelic-assisted therapy. Ibogaine/ketamine/psilocybin. The logic: your brain is stuck in a loop, the default mode network. It runs the same trauma script 24/7. The hack: these compounds force a safe mode reboot. They dissolve the ego, the loop, for 4 to 8 hours, allowing you to rewrite the code, while the system is offline. Status: experimental/emerging. Ketamine, FDA approved for treatment-resistant depression, Spravato nasal spray. Off-label use for addiction showing promise. Administered in clinical settings with monitoring. Psilocybin, FDA breakthrough therapy, designation for depression. Phase 3 trials for addiction ongoing, 2024 to 2025. Requires therapeutic framework and integration. Ibogaine, nuclear option for opiate receptors, resets tolerance. Not FDA approved. Schedule 1 in USA. Available in Mexico/Costa Rica clinics. Carries cardiac risks, QT interval prolongation. Requires medical telemetry and cardiac monitoring. Critical warnings. Contraindicated with many medications. Can trigger latent psychosis. Requires professional integration therapy. Not a standalone cure. Deaths have occurred with ibogaine, cardiac events. Annan, Section 42.3, the patch kit. Peptides and synthetics. Experimental injectable code, peptides. BPC-157, body protection compound. The logic: years of use have damaged your physical architecture. gut lining, leaky gut, ulcers, dopamine receptors, downregulation, tendons, and connective tissue. The hack, a synthetic peptide that accelerates system repair. It's like downloading a patch that speeds up the maintenance droids. Status, gray market, not FDA approved. Effective for gut repair, gastric ulcers, in animal studies. Human data limited but promising. Sourcing, pure code is difficult. Warning, most online sources are corrupted files, contaminated, underdosed, fake. If pursuing, use third-party tested sources and medical supervision. System green, NAD plus IVs and supplementation. The logic, your mitochondria, power supply units, are burnt out. The hack, NAD plus is pure voltage. Delivery methods, IV infusion, most effective, expensive, $500 to $1,500 per session. Nasal spray, moderate effectiveness, $100 to $200 per month. Sublingual, variable absorption, $50 to $150 per month. Precursors, NMN, NR, oral supplements, $40 to $100 per month. Effectiveness, functionally useful for withdrawal symptoms. Reduces acute withdrawal discomfort by 30 to 50% in clinical reports. May accelerate cellular recovery. Status, expensive but legitimate. Prioritize NAD plus over plasma exchange, unless you're a billionaire trying to live forever. And Section 42.4, the bloatware warning. The optimization trap. Critical system failure. The supplement trap. The logic. If one vitamin is good, 50 must be better. The glitch. You cannot out-supplement a bad lifestyle. Taking $500 of brain nootropics while sleeping 4 hours and eating trash is like putting a spoiler on a rusted-out Honda Civic. Architect's rule. Fix the kernel first. Sleep plus nutrition plus movement equals 90% of the performance. Supplements plus peptides plus TMS equals the final 10%. Overclocking. Do not confuse the garnish for the meal. The priority order. 1. Sleep 7 to 9 hours. Protocol 17. 2. Eat real food. Protocol 18. 3. Move daily. Protocol 19. 4. Basic methylation. MTHFR support if needed. 5. Then consider advanced interventions. Section 42.5. The magic bullet error. Critical caveat. The magic bullet error. Hardware cannot fix software bugs. You can scrub your microbiome, magnetize your cortex, and inject peptides until you glow in the dark. But if you do not change your narrative, the user manual, the system will crash again. Examples. Ibogaine can reset your tolerance, but it cannot teach you how to handle stress on a Tuesday. TMS can quiet the craving, but it cannot delete your toxic ex's phone number. FMT can reset your gut bacteria, but it cannot fix your relationship with your father. NAD Plus can restore cellular energy, but it cannot give you a reason to wake up. These tools are accelerators. They buy you a window of clear-headedness. What you do with that window is up to you. You still need therapy to rewrite the narrative, community to prevent isolation, purpose to replace the void substances filled, skills to handle life without chemical escape. Hardware plus software equals recovery. Hardware alone equals temporary relief, followed by inevitable crash. System green, Status: beta drivers installed. The user acknowledges that these tools are powerful leverage points, not miracles. The hardware is patched. The voltage is regulated. The system is ready for the new code. Next step: integrate findings into the daily maintenance schedule. Advanced interventions are supplements to foundational protocols, not replacements. Architect's log. Final note: the experimental branch is not for everyone. Most people will recover perfectly well with the stable release. Sleep hygiene, proper nutrition, exercise, therapy, community support. But if you've run the standard protocols and the system still crashes, if your hardware is fundamentally compromised, if you're a COMT warrior with a burnt-out dopamine system, if you're MTHFR homozygous and SSR is just make you numb, then the experimental branch might be your path. But walk it with professional guides, not alone, not with internet advice, with doctors who understand systems. The system architect. End of protocol. 42. The experimental branch. Architect's log. FMT, TMS, psychedelics, peptides, NAD+, cutting-edge interventions. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Digital kernel extensions. Protocol 43. Digital kernel extensions. Prescription digital therapeutics and AI-assisted recovery. The software update to your recovery. OS. System alert. New drivers available. Update detected. FDA-approved digital therapeutics now available. As of 2026, prescription digital therapeutics, PDTs, are mainstream recovery tools. AI-powered craving prediction, real-time intervention systems, and app-based CBT are now covered by insurance and prescribed by physicians. These are not meditation apps. These are FDA-cleared medical devices, initiating integration protocol. Architect's log. The recovery landscape has changed. In 2020, if you said, "I'm using an app for my addiction," people assumed you meant a meditation timer. In 2026, it means you have an FDA-approved medical device in your pocket. Prescription digital therapeutics, PDTs, are now covered by insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, major carriers, prescribed by doctors alongside or instead of medication, backed by clinical trials showing efficacy comparable to in-person therapy, integrated with your treatment plan and medical records. This is the software update layer of recovery. Protocol 142 gave you the hardware and firmware. Protocol 43 gives you the apps. The system architect. Ogiom. Section 43.1. The FDA-approved core. Prescription digital therapeutics, PDTs. System green, Reset and Reset O, pair therapeutics. FDA authorization. 2017, Reset. 2018, Reset O. Status: first FDA-authorized prescription app for SUD. Mechanism: 90-day app-based CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy program. Delivers structured lessons, coping skills, and contingency management. Versions: Reset, substance use disorder, alcohol, cannabis, cocaine, stimulants. Reset O, opioid use disorder, used with buprenorphine, not alone. Clinical data: 40% increase in abstinence versus standard treatment alone. Patients complete average 70-plus lessons over 90 days. Works best when combined with counseling and MAT. How it works. 1. Doctor prescribes via electronic prescription, like medication. 2. Download app with prescription code. 3. Complete daily lessons, 10 to 15 minutes. 4. Earn rewards for engagement, contingency management. 5. Provider monitors progress via dashboard. Insurance coverage, covered by most major insurance, Medicare, Medicaid. Typical cost, $0 to $50 copay for 90-day program. Integration with Kernel. Use alongside Protocol 20, craving cartography for dual tracking. Combine with Protocol 34, cognitive stabilization, for enhanced CBT. System Green, Somrist, Pair Therapeutics. FDA authorization, 2020. Target, chronic insomnia, critical for recovery. Why this matters. Sleep disruption is a primary relapse trigger, Protocol 17. Insomnia in early recovery affects 60 to 80% of people. Prescription sleep meds, benzodiazepines, Z drugs, carry addiction risk. Mechanism: digital CBT1, cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia. 9-week program teaching sleep restriction, stimulus control, cognitive restructuring. Clinical data: 60% of users achieve normal sleep by week 9. Effect comparable to in-person CBT1. No addiction risk, it's an app, not a pill. Integration: combine with Protocol 17, sleep architecture, for maximum effect. Section 43.2. The AI layer. Machine learning for relapse prediction. Emerging tech, AI craving prediction systems. Status: 2025 to 2026 deployment phase. The concept: AI models track your patterns. Time of day. Location: GPS. Social context: who you're with. Physiological signals: heart rate variability, sleep quality. Self-reported mood/stress. Digital behavior, app usage, texting patterns. Then predict high craving risk in next 2 hours. Examples: HS, Addiction Comprehensive Health Enhancement Support System. University of Wisconsin shown to reduce relapse by 57% in some studies. Trigger Health, wearable biosensor plus app for real-time intervention. AI-powered extensions to reset platform in development. How it works. 1. Baseline data collection, 2 to 4 weeks. 2. AI learns your specific patterns. 3. Real-time alerts. Craving risk elevated. Call sponsor. Use coping skill. 4. Suggested interventions based on what worked before. Privacy considerations. These systems collect a lot of data. Read privacy policies. Data may be HIPAA protected, medical apps, or not, wellness apps. Integration pairs perfectly with Protocol 20, craving cartography. Manual tracking to AI learns to automated intervention. Section 43.3, the Mindfulness Suite. More and evidence-based apps. System Green, more, mindfulness-oriented recovery enhancement. Status: evidence-based, not FDA-approved, behavioral intervention. Developer: University of Utah, Dr. Eric Garland. The science: integrates mindfulness training with reappraisal, cognitive reframing, savoring, enhancing natural rewards, values clarification. Clinical data: reduces opioid misuse by 45% in chronic pain patients. decreases craving intensity by 30 to 40%, improves ability to experience natural pleasure, critical for anhedonia. Delivery: 8-week group program or app-based self-guided version. Why it works? Addiction downregulates natural reward circuits, Protocol 10. More teaches you to upregulate them through savoring practice. You're retraining your dopamine system to respond to non-drug stimuli. Integration: combine with Protocol 10, dopamine architecture. Use during Protocol 27, clearing the cache, for emotional processing. System Green, the Recovery App Ecosystem, 2026. Tracking and support. I am sober. Sobriety counter plus daily pledges plus community. NOMO, gamified sobriety tracking with accountability partners. 24 hours a day, digital daily meditation book. Meeting Finders, Meeting Guide, AA official app, GPS-based meeting finder. NA Meeting Search, Narcotics Anonymous Locator. Smart Recovery, science-based alternative to 12-step. Peer Support, Sober Grid, social network for recovery, like Facebook for sobriety. Lucid, sober dating plus events plus community. Quit, Genius, app-based CBT for alcohol, clinical trials show efficacy. Harm reduction, Cutback, Coach, moderation management for alcohol. Reframe, neuroscience-based alcohol reduction, critical evaluation, criteria. Is there published clinical data? Is it HIPAA compliant if tracking health data? Does it integrate with your provider? Is the business model sustainable? Free apps may sell data. Section 43.4, Integration Strategy. Building your digital recovery stack. System Green, the 4-layer stack. Layer 1, Foundation, prescription grade. If your doctor prescribes it, use it. Reset/Reset O for SUD/OUD. Somrist for insomnia. These are medical devices covered by insurance. Layer 2, Monitoring, AI-assisted. Add craving prediction/tracking. HS, or similar AI platform if available. Manual tracking via Protocol 20 if not. Layer 3, Skill building, evidence-based. Choose one primary skills app. More for mindfulness plus natural reward restoration. Quit Genius for structured CBT. Smart Recovery app for science-based tools. Layer 4, Community, peer support. Pick your connection method. Meeting Guide if doing 12-step. Sober Grid for social network. I am sober for accountability. Critical, don't over-app. Using 15 recovery apps creates notification burnout. Pick one from each layer, max 4 apps total. Critical warning, digital hygiene paradox. Recovery apps are tools. Your phone can also be a relapse vector. The paradox. You install a recovery app on the same device you use to contact your dealer, access triggering content, scroll social media that makes you feel terrible. The fix. Digital detox first, Protocol 5, then add recovery apps. Delete. Contact info for dealers/using friends. Apps associated with use. Delivery apps if food-triggered binges, dating apps if sex addiction, social media accounts that trigger comparison/inadequacy. Configure, screen time limits, app blockers for triggering sites, focus modes that only allow recovery/essential apps during high-risk times. Your phone is either part of your recovery or part of your relapse. Configure it accordingly. Section 43.5. Success Metrics. System green when digital tools are working. You know the stack is effective when you receive an AI craving alert and it's accurate. It caught something you felt building. The intervention suggestion actually helps, calling sponsor, using coping skill. You complete PDT lessons consistently, 70% plus of prescribed content. Your provider reviews app data in sessions. It's integrated, not separate. Sleep improves measurably if using Somrist. Natural pleasure increases if using more. The apps feel like tools, not burdens. You're not overwhelmed by notifications. Right amount of intervention. Signs you need to adjust. Notification burnout. Too many apps. Ignoring all alerts, they've become background noise. Apps aren't syncing with provider. Integration failure. Using the phone more, not focusing on recovery. Digital distraction. Expense is a barrier. Look for insurance coverage or free alternatives. The goal: technology should extend your recovery, not replace human connection. Apps are 24/7 support between therapy sessions and meetings. They don't replace the therapist. They don't replace the sponsor. They fill the gaps. Architect's log. Final note. The recovery field resisted technology for decades. You need human connection, not screens. Recovery happens in rooms, not apps. This is a spiritual problem, not a technical one. All true, but also incomplete, because the reality is, you can't call your sponsor at 3 a.m. every time you have a craving. You can't access therapy when you need it most, 10 p.m. on a Tuesday. You can't make it to 7 meetings a week if you work nights. You can't afford $150 per hour therapy on a part-time income. Technology fills those gaps. It's not instead of human connection. It's in addition to it. The apps catch what falls through the cracks. The AI predicts what humans might miss. The PDTs deliver therapy-grade intervention at scale. Use the tools. But don't mistake the map for the territory. The app is not the recovery. The recovery is what you do with the insights the app provides. The system architect. End of protocol. 43. Digital kernel extensions. Architect's log. FDA-approved PDTs. Reset/reset-O. AI craving prediction. Recovery apps. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Metabolic override protocols. Protocol 44. Oh mama. Metabolic override protocols. GLP-1. Receptor agonists for reward pathway recalibration. The 2025 to 2026 breakthrough in craving reduction. Mandatory medical disclaimer. This protocol is for educational purposes only. This is not medical advice. This is not treatment guidance. GLP-1 receptor agonists for addiction are off-label use. These medications are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, weight management/obesity. They are not FDA approved for addiction treatment as of 2026. Off-label use requires physician prescription and close monitoring, understanding of risks, side effects, and contraindications, regular follow-up appointments, informed consent process. Serious risks include GI distress, pancreatitis, gallbladder disease, thyroid tumors, boxed warning, diabetic retinopathy, kidney injury, severe allergic reactions, and others. Never pursue these medications without comprehensive medical evaluation. This protocol discusses emerging research to facilitate informed conversations with qualified healthcare providers. It does not constitute medical advice or treatment recommendation. System alert: experimental metabolic intervention detected. Warning: you are accessing cutting-edge 2025 to 2026 research. GLP-1 receptor agonists, semaglutide/Ozempic, tirzepatide/Mounjaro, are showing unexpected efficacy for addiction via reward pathway dampening. This is not standard of care. This is emerging science. Clinical trials are ongoing. Long-term data is limited. Proceed with medical supervision only. Architect's log: the discovery was accidental. In 2023 to 2024, doctors started noticing something strange. Patients on Ozempic or Mounjaro for weight loss were spontaneously quitting alcohol, cutting back on cigarettes, gambling less, without trying, without even mentioning it to their doctors. They would just say, "It's weird, I don't want to drink anymore." By 2025 to 2026, the mechanism became clear. GLP-1 receptor agonists weren't just appetite suppressants. They were reward dampeners. They act on the same brain circuits, mesolimbic dopamine pathway, that drive food cravings, alcohol cravings, drug cravings, gambling urges. This is not willpower. This is neuropharmacology. The brain's wanting circuit is being recalibrated at the receptor level. Welcome to the frontier. The system architect. Section 44.1. The mechanism. How GLP-1 agonists affect addiction circuits. System green. The neuroscience. GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide 1. Naturally occurring hormone released by gut after eating. Signals satiety, fullness to the brain. Slows gastric emptying, regulates blood sugar. GLP-1 receptors found throughout the brain, including nucleus accumbens, reward center, ventral tegmental area, dopamine production, prefrontal cortex, impulse control, hypothalamus, appetite regulation. The addiction connection. When GLP-1 receptor agonists activate these brain regions, they 1. Dampen reward anticipation. The wanting signal decreases. You still can drink/use, but the drive to do so is reduced. 2. Reduce dopamine surge. The reward circuit response to alcohol/drugs is blunted. Using becomes less interesting. 3. Strengthen prefrontal control. The brakes, executive function, work better. Easier to say no when impulse arises. Integration with Kernel. This directly addresses Protocol 10, dopamine architecture. If your dopamine system is dysregulated by years of addiction, GLP-1 agonists may provide hardware-level reset. Section 44.2. The medications. Semaglutide, tirzepatide, and emerging agents. System green, semaglutide, Ozempic/Wegovy. FDA approval, Ozempic, type 2 diabetes, 2017. Wegovy, weight management, 2021. Mechanism: GLP-1 receptor agonist mimics natural GLP-1 hormone. Dosing: weekly subcutaneous injection. Dose escalation over 16 to 20 weeks to minimize GI side effects. Typical maintenance: 1.0 to 2.4 milligrams weekly, 2025 to 2026. Addiction data. Alcohol use disorder. Real-world data, 50 to 60% reduction in drinking episodes. Observational studies. Lower intoxication-related events. Mechanism, reduces wanting to drink. Blunts reward. Opioid use disorder. Preliminary trials show 40% reduction in overdose risk. May work via reduced craving intensity. Not a replacement for MAT, buprenorphine/methadone. Tobacco/nicotine. Anecdotal reports of spontaneous smoking cessation. Clinical trials ongoing as of 2026. Common side effects. Nausea, 50 to 70% initially, usually resolves. Vomiting, diarrhea, constipation. Decreased appetite. This is mechanism, not side effect. Fatigue, serious risks. Pancreatitis, rare but serious. Gallbladder disease. Thyroid C-cell tumors, boxed warning, seen in rodents, not confirmed in humans. Diabetic retinopathy complications in diabetic patients. Kidney injury, especially with dehydration. System green, tirzepatide, Mounjaro/Zepbound. FDA approval, Mounjaro type 2, diabetes, 2022. Zepbound, weight management, 2023. Mechanism, dual GLP-1 and GIP, glucose-dependent insulinotropic polypeptide. Agonist, potentially more effective than semaglutide for weight loss, 15 to 20% versus 10 to 15%. Dosing, weekly subcutaneous injection. Dose escalation over 16 to 20 weeks. Typical maintenance, 10 to 15 milligrams weekly. 2025 to 2026. Addiction data. Similar alcohol craving reduction as semaglutide. May have stronger effect on food-related addictions, binge eating. Trials for addiction indications ongoing. Side effects. Similar to semaglutide, potentially slightly higher nausea rates initially. Emerging, next-generation agents. Survodutide, Boehringer Ingelheim. Dual GLP-1/glucagon agonist. Phase 2/3 trials for obesity. May have even stronger metabolic effects. Orforglipron, Eli Lilly. Oral GLP-1 agonist, pill, not injection. Phase 3 trials ongoing. Could dramatically improve adherence. Retatrutide, Eli Lilly. Triple agonist, GLP-1/GIP/glucagon, showing 24% weight loss in trials. Addiction data forthcoming. These are 2 to 5 years from market. Monitor for updates. Section 44.3, Clinical Decision Framework. Who should consider this? Who should not? System green, candidate profile. You might be a candidate if alcohol use disorder with obesity/overweight, BMI greater than 27, binge eating disorder or food addiction component, multiple failed quit attempts despite therapy/MAT, strong wanting drive, protocol 20 shows high craving intensity, COMT warrior phenotype, high dopamine drive, protocol 37, polysubstance use, alcohol plus food, nicotine plus alcohol, physician willing to prescribe off-label with close monitoring. Best evidence for 1. Alcohol use disorder, strongest data as of 2026. 2. Binge eating/food addiction. 3. Opioid use disorder, preliminary use with buprenorphine. Insurance coverage. if you have diabetes or BMI greater than 30, usually covered for diabetes/weight loss. If using for addiction alone, often not covered, expensive, $900 to $1,500 per month. Some doctors prescribe for weight management if BMI qualifies. Critical, contraindications and cautions. Do not use if personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, MEN2, history of pancreatitis, severe gastroparesis or GI obstruction, pregnant or planning pregnancy, category C, breastfeeding. Use with extreme caution if active eating disorder, anorexia, bulimia, appetite, suppression is dangerous, severe depression/suicidal ideation, some reports of worsening, kidney disease, adjust dosing, monitor closely, diabetic retinopathy may worsen initially, taking other medications that slow gastric emptying, critical monitoring required. Blood glucose can cause hypoglycemia, especially with insulin. Kidney function tests. Hydration status, vomiting/diarrhea can cause dehydration. Mental health. Monitor for depression, suicidal thoughts. Weight loss rate, too rapid equals gallstones risk. Section 44.4, Integration Protocol. How to use GLP-1 agonists with, not instead of recovery. System Green, the layered approach. GLP-1 agonists are tools, not cures. They reduce craving intensity by 40 to 60%. That still leaves 40 to 60% of the problem. Layer 1, biological GLP-1 agonist. Dampens reward anticipation, reduces dopamine surge from substances, makes wanting less intense. Layer 2, pharmacological MAT if applicable. Buprenorphine/methadone for OUD. GLP-1 is adjunct, not replacement. Naltrexone for AUD can combine with GLP-1. Acamprosate, disulfiram as indicated. Layer 3, psychological therapy. CBT for triggers, coping skills. Protocol 34. Trauma work if indicated. Protocol 27. Family therapy for system repair. Protocol 22. Layer 4. Behavioral recovery protocols. Continue meetings/support groups. Maintain sleep/nutrition/exercise. Protocols 17 to 19. Address burdenscaping patterns. Protocol 37. Social firewall maintenance. Protocol 8. Layer 5. Existential purpose. Vocational reintegration. Protocol 24. Relationship repair. Protocol 40 if parental. Meaning-making. Spiritual practice as fits your belief system. The key. GLP-1 agonists buy you space. The craving isn't screaming as loud. That space lets you attend therapy without white-knuckling through session. Practice coping skills before the urge is overwhelming. Build new neural pathways while old ones are quieter. But the medication doesn't build those new pathways. You still have to do the work. System Green, realistic timeline. Weeks 1 to 4, dose escalation. Starting dose is low to minimize nausea. May not see addiction effects yet. Focus on tolerating medication. Weeks 5 to 12, therapeutic dose reached. Craving reduction becomes noticeable. I don't think about drinking as much. still requires active recovery work. Weeks 13 to 24, stabilization. Consistent craving suppression. Can focus energy on rebuilding life. Risk, overconfidence. I'm cured, don't need meetings. Months 6 plus. Maintenance. Ongoing medication plus ongoing recovery. Monitor for side effects. Reassess need for continued treatment with provider. Discontinuation. If you stop the medication, cravings may return. This is not relapse, it's pharmacology. Work with your doctor on taper plan and enhance support during transition. Section 44.5. Success metrics and warnings. System green, when it's working. You know GLP-1 is helping when craving intensity decreases. Protocol 20 scores drop 40 to 60%. Wanting to use feels less urgent, more manageable. You can walk past triggers without white-knuckling. Decision to not use feels easier, less effortful. You have bandwidth for therapy, meetings, life rebuilding. Weight loss is steady, 1 to 2 pounds per week if overweight. Side effects are tolerable and improving. Warning signs. Call doctor immediately. Severe abdominal pain, pancreatitis risk. Persistent vomiting/diarrhea leading to dehydration. Vision changes, diabetic retinopathy. Signs of gallstones, right upper quadrant pain. Worsening depression or suicidal thoughts. Rapid weight loss, greater than 3 pounds per week consistently. Inability to keep down fluids. Critical warning, the overconfidence trap. The most dangerous period is months 3 to 6. Cravings are way down. You feel normal. The trap, I'm cured. I don't need meetings/therapy/medication anymore. The reality. The medication is creating the cured feeling. Stop the med equals cravings return. Stop the recovery work equals relapse risk despite medication. GLP-1 agonists are a tool, not a cure. They work as long as you keep using them and doing the work. This is not insulin for diabetes. This is more like insulin for diabetes. It manages the biology. It doesn't erase the disease. Maintain all layers of recovery. Architect's log. Final note. This protocol represents the bleeding edge of addiction medicine. In 2020, if you told an addiction specialist that a diabetes drug would reduce alcohol cravings, they would have looked at you like you were insane. In 2026, it's mainstream conversation. But mainstream conversation does not mean proven standard of care. The data is promising. The mechanism makes sense. But we're still in the early innings. We don't know optimal dosing for addiction versus diabetes/obesity. Long-term effects of continuous use, 10 plus years. Which addictions respond best? Who will relapse when they stop? Cost effectiveness at scale. What we do know, for some people this is life-changing. The craving volume goes from 10 to 3. That's the difference between white-knuckling every hour and actually being able to live. If you have access, if you qualify, if your doctor will prescribe, consider it. But approach it as part of recovery, not instead of recovery. Protocol 44 is the metabolic layer. Protocols 1 to 43 are still essential. Hardware plus software equals recovery. Both are required. The system architect. End of protocol. 44. Metabolic override. Protocols. End of the recovery. Kernel. Protocols 1 to 44. Complete. Architect's log. GLP-1. Agonists. Ozempic/Mounjaro. Reward pathway dampening. 2026 breakthrough. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Cross-reference: the full recovery kernel system. Final transmission: 44 core protocols addressing every domain of recovery. 25 Centurion papers providing deep-dive expansions. 4 special protocol modules for edge cases and identity work. 2 substance-specific exit guides. The system is modular. The system is cross-referenced. The system serves you, not the other way around. You are not your crash. You are the system that survived it. You are not your diagnosis. You are the architect rebuilding. You are not broken. Your firmware needed updating. Deploy patches as needed. Cross-reference by affliction. Trust the process. Execute the protocols. Your system, your recovery. The System Architect. End of Volume 3. Advanced Architecture and Edge Cases. The Recovery Kernel. Deploy patches as needed. Your system, your recovery.